just to be somewhere. You have to sit around there to follow as well.
Yeah.
I wanted to
Now let me talk a little more about
capture the
Kwame Nkrumah.
panel as well. Because that place I'm only about capturing the
Do you
point.
know how Kwame Nkrumah played a very significant role
Okay.
in Ghana's independence? Played diverse roles, different roles across the continent. He's no more. But do we ever feel Kwame Nkrumah, the Osajeku, is really dead? Yes, in human nature, he's no more with us. What do we remember? What do we recall about this fighter? We all know some traits about him, so I wouldn't go much into that. And it was clear then and today that when the massive personality existed, things were never the same as it is now. In our current dispensation, our body politics had become something else. As freedom giants, wherever we find ourselves, we radical. We never settle for less. As young as we are, we must stand on our grounds firmly as far as what we are championing is right. Now, talk about, I don't have much time now, so I will only run through a few things. I had a lot to share, but because of time, I will cut things short. I want to glance you through something I penned down. Now, the lack of governing consensus or a vital center in African affairs these days reveal as much about the current leaders themselves just as the ostensible neo-colonial masters want it. Now, the whites did a great harm to the black people. And as African Voices International, freedom giants, as radical as we should be or we must be, our forerunners, leaders in power, leaders in opposition, as we are running or as we are gearing towards this election, general election, we must have a voice. Now, there's something I want to say, but once I go into that, it will take some more extra time, so I'm beginning to cast things. Okay. Freedom giants. I believe we've heard a lot from our previous speaker, our president, of course. I wouldn't want to take much time. I would like to end here, and then maybe in our subsequent meetings or sessions, we will dive more into what is to come. But in the meantime, let's just stay cool and enjoy the rest of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Andrew, for such inspiring message. I think when I was just sitting there, I was finding myself more motivated by the message you have been giving us. So shall we again give you now, since the advent of this African Voices International, we had inspiring process whose efforts have propelled us into reaching these heights. But as we do all know, we will never learn to eternity. Because of this, some of us are fallen. And as we are going to them, can we rise up for the great service we are doing? May the Almighty God be pleased with their souls. Amen. Can we be pleased? And as we say, shall we call our own freedom brother, Ras Boma, to just give us a basic musical part?
When I think about fallen heroes, one song that has inspired me after I was born, fallen heroes. So there's this song which I was in my mind. I was like, thank you.
Shall we use more? The last time I checked, we pay then mine. Let's do it once. Finally, it's heart-wrenching to recall our fallen heroes. Right warrior, particularly Chief Dr. Samuel. Anyway, I would want us to invite Ambassador Nisina to give us a message on our fallen heroes.
I wanted to say something about that. That was not easy because it's a guy I met briefly. I'm very impressed to share the platform once. Share the platform in last year's conference. And he really impressed me, so we became friendly. Unfortunately, I didn't know it was ill. The president visited me and I said, I'm here with this guy, shall we check it? And then we just found out he passed away. Yeah, so it's very sad when you just get to know somebody and they just pass away. It's almost like it kind of inspires a certain guilt feeling in yourself. It's like, am I not worth knowing this guy? But suffice to say, we're all very sorry we see him happy. And because of his related, everything went very fast. At the time we got to know about his passing away, or the customary case at the city, and after respecting Mrs. show up today, and if she comes, we were not a present at home. She accepts all our condolences. But Chief Samuel passed away in a very sad way. And I'm not happy standing here telling you that such a smile. And I hope the company will do. Thank you.
It appears that always you want me to remind you that we can do it. Oh, students. Now this lecture, our fellow freedom giants, Ras Bombers, you are here to take us through this meeting.
Well, hello, I take this opportunity to present to you more of my songs in the future. So I'm sure you will enjoy them. So now, this is the first song, this youth of today. My voice is not the best today, my apologies. I put out this song as a single in January this year, so I'd like to start playing it in the edge now to follow the lyrics and listen to it some more. So as Oomba, Oomba, you know, on all the distribution platforms. This is Youth of Today. Youth of today, leader of tomorrow. Youth of today, leader of tomorrow. And tomorrow's tomorrow, hey, red, gold, and green. Liberation, generation. You know what I mean? Free up with nation. This nation is our station. Youth of today is the leader of tomorrow. And tomorrow's tomorrow. Hallelujah. Youth of today. Today is the leader. Is the leader of tomorrow. Youth of today. Leader of tomorrow. Youth of today. Never let me sorrow. On yourself, your sorrow tomorrow. Look, so you should step up. Wanna kill us before we grow. But we grow and we grow. Witchcraft and pressure. Wanna kill us before we know, but we know it's just a puppet show. Youth of the day, it's the leader, it's the leader of tomorrow. Hey, youth of the day, it's the leader, it's the leader of tomorrow. Hey, blood soaking vampire, Lucifer. Vampire, Lucifer, gun-popping empire, Lucifer, mind-cracking liar, Lucifer, step higher, step higher, step higher. Yeah, Lucifer is still. Thank you.
Thank you, Rasmoma, for such inspiring musical message. And now we're moving to the first segment of the program. And for this, I invite Freedom Giant Mercy to come take care of this. Extreme round of applause. Hello.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Yes. So I'm introducing our panelists. I have Freedom Legend PU. And we have our renowned President Isaac. We also have Freedom Giants Echo and Freedom Giants Quill. I'm asking them questions.
Oh, Freedom Giants, I think I don't really know that they want to be in space or they want to come over here. They just want to know what's going on. Even though you've introduced them, you just want.
So, my first question is for you, before you begin. So, when we talk of Africa, what comes to you?
Thank you very much. Even though we have just not just non-legend videos, we have Freedom Giants who are inside there. It's just important that as you know, give credits to our recipient from the community. That's why, as you are aware, when we were that's why when you were aware, when we were there without going down on strikes, we said we get the group of us to be there before, of course, we invite the man on board from Uganda. Yes, we dominated in full special, meant to know that we don't take it for granted for you kind of away from Uganda to Ghana, and we wanted to at least be there and all human and our people comes to the world. Yeah, so first of all, before we begin, I like to say that sometimes job, we are glad to have you here. Glad to have you here. And we know that there's going to be a great revolution, in your presence in Ghana. And also in the program to Freedom Giants Echo, as he also mentions, and gives credit to him before he comes on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Freedom Giants. You're welcome. And it's a long privilege to it is a single privilege and an honor and we to introduce you to join us on it. Can we with a round of applause welcome Freedom Giants and Accra.
And we begin. And I'm going to start with, again, our presidents. I would like to ask you a question. When we talk of Africa, what comes?
Thank you. When we talk of Africa, what comes to mind is the spirit of relentlessness. Because we've been in slavery for years, for generations, yet we've been able to have that change of mind to fight for our sovereignty. That shows that we are relentless oriented. So that's what comes to mind when we talk about Africa. I call Africa is not just a place, but it's people who are set of mind. And that's why we're here at this program. So that's basically what I feel when we see what talk about what comes to mind. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your insight. I still have another question. Who therefore?
Wow. Yeah, so an African definition is someone who is relentless. Yeah, because as I said, we've gone through a struggle, we've gone through a phase, we've gone through a whole period, we've gone through a whole duration which was full of entanglement, oppression. Personal as the minority, we don't fight for who we are, but we now are on top. That's that everyone who is African, you don't have to even be from Africa, you don't have to be from this territory. As far as you are relentless oriented, you are crying with the cause for freedom, you have the cause for your sovereignty, you have the cause for your independence. You're an African. So you don't have to see people who are only blacks as Africans. And even that blacks who say they're African, they're not Africans. Because people who want to see oppression, people who want to see depression, or people who want to entangle their own politics. They correct these ones, make sure that indeed there's an oppressive state in Africa. We never going to those people who are African. Those are people who are relentless, who see freedom in their journey. That's how our African, that's how our votes are look at African. So if I see them, or if I see him and I see certain way to not collect 45, I won't say it's an African or African. But African is someone who's relentlessly oriented, who are mind to see people everywhere. And of course, African voters are not people from Croatia, from Slovenia, from Portugal, from Kumar, who are now from dialogues, who you can say they are Africans because they relate to the concept of relentlessness. They want to see a political people of equity. They don't see blacks or Africans from this territory as people who don't believe them. You see them like fellow police, those are Africans. But see Africans people who have a kind of mind, a mind towards seeing global equilibrium in the global space. Thank you.
Alright, so being an African is the mind.
That's true. Not at all. Not at all.
That's very powerful. Thanks for your insight. So what we do is that video, what in your view, what in your view each African segmented from each other?
Thank you. Africans are from the from the section of time, we've been pushed another dream where the world became again, we are come this far, not because we do not, or let me say not because we are not interested in thinking about the changes, globally. And we have come this far because we have the interest of the continent at heart and we wanted to fight for our freedom. Yeah. Africans can actually come together to bring about the liberation that we need. We can join our forces together and achieve what we put our minds to. But we must also remember that the forces that work against us, the forces that try to put us apart, are very big. And these forces are not created by any other person but ourselves. I always say that Africans are our own government.
In as much as we try to dedicate most of our classes, most of the things that we go through to the other parts of the hemisphere, for instance, the Western world like the Europeans, and then maybe the Americans and the rest, we ourselves have an inner role that we need to play in the country. And I've always been saying that has always been something that has been a social resource with I believe that as Africans, yes, we can get united to achieve the cause that we want to achieve. But for how long have we been trying to profess this solution? The African Union has been there for decades. If the purpose for this union is to bring all Africans together to achieve an aim, a goal, an objective, where we no longer become individuals or a continent that has to eat from under the table of our then colonial masters. Then what is it that we are seeing today? Has that organization or the unity that we decided that we need as people, as continent, be able to see the light of day? Yes, Africans can get united and get things done. We can get united to fix our economy. We can get united to feed the poor people on the street. We can get united to create our own technology. We can get united to change our fate as a country. And that depends on the path we decide to use. In our time and age, selfishness, self-centeredness, personal aggrandizement has become the modus operandi of any activity that we find ourselves. We are no longer interested in the public interest when we have positions, all right? You know, in the quest to move forward, there must always be a leader, there must always be a follower. We all can't be at the stage where everybody will be everybody. Some people need to take the stage and others have to follow. That was the reason why we have people in the past like Hills the last day, we have Marcus Garvey, we have Virginia, we have great society for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, we have Thomas Sankara, and the numerous Pan-Africanists and sons of this world in the past that have led us this far. But the kind of leadership, all right, that we have today is what actually is wrecking the unity that we have for as Africans to be able to achieve the dreams that our forefathers envisaged for us. To boot, we have already discussed the theories of the problems of Africa. We cannot sit here today and assume that whatever we face today are new trends that we have just discovered. There are issues that have been discovered time immemorial. But what actually do we do when we are concerned? Do we try to rediscuss these problems or we try to profess solutions, active solutions to them? And when we profess active solutions to this problem, do we walk the talk or do we just run? We were here in Africa when Africans decided to bring on board the African continental free trade area. As a matter of fact, it is one of the major institutions that I believe is going to propel Africa to the next stage. And it is one of the institutions again that I believe is going to unite the African front and help us to achieve the African agenda. But as we speak right now, how much have we heard of that institution? What is it doing? Then the all-time African Union that has been there to push the African agenda, to solidify the African front. For how long has that institution been rolling? And how much money has Africa spent for that institution? And what have we gained so far? Are we really united? So yes, with the question of if we can be united to achieve the purpose of Africa, right? Yes, it can be achieved, but I feel there is a leadership lacuna somewhere. And until we are able to fix those things,
we cannot achieve what we are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. So, our leaders are from, but that's the thing.
It's just one segment of it. If I have enough time, I can continue. Can I? Okay. So, then let me proceed with it. How do you have to give me so I know how to go with the time? Now, I have mentioned the side of leaders. Another aspect of that is followers. I believe that in as much as our leaders have been one of the pains or problems of our progress, that are not able to bring about the unity we need to be able to forge forward. I also believe that the followers also have critical roles to play. Now, let us look at this in this scenario or in this analogy. We can introduce them to, alright? Then we drink sachet water and we decide to dispose it anyhow and we leave the premises. Now, what we expect is that someone from somewhere should be able to come to pick those sachets, alright? So that the person will be paid. Meanwhile, ourselves, we can drink, pick those sachets and then dispose of them. Now, the main issue here is this, that in as much as our leaders are unable to propel us to the higher level, we have decided to back them up, take us astray. Alright. Our behavior as individuals, the way we go about what we say, our actions, are also the reasons why we are not going forward. Conflict, ethnic conflict. Individuals go to workplaces and they decide to wreck the workplace instead of also add their part or their strength to whatever is happening for us to excel in whatever office we find ourselves. We don't do that. You can go to offices now. Okay, then let's always remember that if we want to progress, it's not an issue of let's say trying to do things in a magnanimous manner. No. Alright, the little places, the small places we find ourselves are very vital. If probably you are a class teacher, whatever you do in your classroom, add up to that progress that we need in Africa. Because whatever you are doing there has a very long run is going to affect the whole of Africa as a whole. When you happen to be, let's say, a pure water seller, whatever you are doing is also helping the continent. So we should not always look at it from a magnanimous point of view that probably I need to become a civil servant in a very big institution before I can also help with the unity agenda that we need to push to get Africa to where we need to get. That is not what we are talking about. In our various positions that we find ourselves, no matter how small they are, we also need to back up the efforts of our leaders, those who are doing well, whatever position they find themselves, to be able to get the continent united, to be able to push the continent to what we want to find, so that we can achieve that dream that Nkrumah has always been saying, that the black man is capable of managing.
Thank you very much for that. Before I ask my next panelist, I'd like to introduce, give a brief profile about Dr. Lazarus Okelu. He was born in Kulu, northern Uganda, in the middle of the war, about 2 decades ago. The war is built with strong passion for fight for peace movement. He has been an activist his whole life since he was being educated through bullets in the middle of a war, as I said earlier. Doc holds a diploma in Bible studies for Amazing Facts International Bible School, Switzerland, Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering at Makerere University, Uganda, and a Master of Science in Industrial Engineering and Systems Management from Egypt, Japan University of Science and Technology, Egypt, and an honorary doctorate in diplomacy and an international relations from the International Internship University. He is currently the brand ambassador for several global organizations, including SDG Club India, All Lives Do Exist Global Peace Movement, USA, Party Girls Hotel USA, and he's also a country advisor for the Glory Future Foundation in Bangladesh. He has received numerous awards for his efforts in transforming the world. In 2023, Mr. received the IIU Young Innovative African Most Influential Award from the International Internship University. Also in 2022, Mr. received the Best Talent Award in Research and Mentoring from SDG Club India. He also received the Inspiring Man of Earth by Swana Barat, Kariba Trust and International Internship. He's an author of many international best-selling books, including Life at the End of the Tunnel and With Time and Air. As a Pan-Africanist on a global mission, Mr. Joel has delivered several passionate, eye-opening Pan-African lectures to people of all walks of life in several countries. His Pan-African views and ideas have been heavily influenced by Pan-African philosophy from Kwame Nkrumah, Marcus Garvey, and Professor Lumumba. We are so honored to have you. Thank you for being here. So, my question to you, Mr. Joe, is how can Africans function independently but with a joint mind in the face of globalization?
Thank you very much for one question. When we talk about globalization, we need to understand the context what really this globalization is. They claim the world is now a global village. But now in this global village, I picture the world as a stage. And all of us, the different continents, are the actors on the stage. On this stage, there is cutthroat competition where the continents are fighting for global dominance. Everybody wants to occupy a special position. On the same global stage, there are countries that feel that they're better than others. On this same global stage, they preach equality of countries and continents. But you remember what a great writer Geopolitics wrote in his book Animal Farm. He said all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. This is what is happening on this global stage. So that there are countries that feel they are equal, but there are those that are more equal than others. If you look at a global institution like the UN, which claims to unite all countries together, claims. In the governance structure of the UN, there are only 5 permanent members. The rest are non-permanent members. So, on this global stage, there are 5 countries that have veto power. So the 5 countries can dictate what goes on in the world. The US, the UK, China, Russia, and France. So that in effect, these 5 countries are the real leaders of the global stage because they decide who does what on the stage. On this stage, Africa finds herself as food on the dinner table, in the words of Professor Pedro Lumumba. Because Africa has no voice on this global stage. When African presidents travel to the UN General Assembly every year in September, they travel as 54 African countries. And then they speakers representing their countries. Nobody listens to their speakers. And nobody acts because on the global stage, they are weak. Individually, they are weak. History tells us that for any people to be strong and to be respected in this world, they must be united. There has never been unity in Africa ever since we were colonized and we regained flag independence. So as long as we are not united, nobody will listen to us on the global stage, and we shall remain food on the table. This is what is happening today. So Africa finds herself in a place where she is not respected, she's not honored, and she's looked at how people are looked at as second-class people. You know, India once had a president called Abdul Kalam. This man was a great man. He once made a statement that strength respects strength. Power respects power. Power honors power. That means on this global stage, power respects power. So, there are 54 countries of Africa. None of them is strong enough to be respected on the global stage. He talked about the African Union. The organization of African Unity that was envisioned by Kwame Nkrumah is not what we have today as African Union. We were supposed to bring together all these countries into one union, so that together we would have the power to be respected on the global stage. But until we have that power, nobody respects us on the global stage. Those people are fighting for dominance. We don't have that power as Africa right now. Thank you.
All right. Moving on. The next panelist, Mr. Echo. In your deepest thoughts, how do you envisage Africa in 20 seconds?
Wow, in my deepest thoughts. Well, Africa in the next decade. Africa in the next decade, in my thoughts. Should be a peaceful and a secure Africa. Why am I saying that? In our current dispensation of politics, you realize the advances, the political inexperiences that go, especially on our televisions and our radio sets. It's thought to be that Africa is headed or journeying towards a point where our peace is stumbled upon. But in the next 10 years, I'm in high hopes that Africans will be secure. Away from that, secondly, a prosperous Africa. Now, when we have peace and we are secure, most certainly we become prosperous. Have you ever seen anybody prosperous? Well, you can say somebody can prosper and have no peace. But in the case of Africa, once there is peace, each one of us will go about their duties, their work peacefully, knowing that at the end of the day, we are all glorious. So one, a peaceful and secure Africa. Two, a prosperous Africa based on an inclusive growth and a sustainable development. Now my third one will be an Africa of good governance. Now, one that has respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. In any country, if you like, even in our Asian and in our European world, the rule of law stands paramount. And this is no different from Africa, and for that matter, Ghana, because Ghana is a resource. program. Now, in various spheres, we come across issues of human rights violations. And in the next 10 years, my hopes for this Africa would be that our governance structure, if not good now, with like-minded people like people from African Voices International and other social organizations that seek to promote good governance, we will raise hands to have a good governance and democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. My fourth one, from top of mind, an African with a strong identity, and one that has a common heritage, shared values, and ethics. Ethics, in any case, is so much important. Look around. Any country you get to. Now, when my dear sister was actually introducing probably our highly guest speaker here, I realized that no, he is actually a great man. And I think that without values, without an identity and a common heritage, and his high ethical standards would have achieved the profile or would have achieved his profile as a now. And I encourage each of us to have high values, high standards of ethics, and then have a strong identity. Now, we cannot do this alone. But in the next 10 years, I believe that Africa will have a strong identity, a common heritage, a shared values, and ethics. My fifth one, an Africa as strong and united, and one that is resilient, influential global player, and also powerful. I'm happy today I share a stage with amazing speakers. Now, why are we together? Because we are stronger together. I think we are united. We all here are united because we share one mission and a vision towards Africa. Influential players and influential partners. I believe that Africans are resilient people. Let me tell you what, I've been in the US a couple of times. And you find the whites championing their values, their justice systems, and for that matter, the rule of law in the US. Now, the black communities I get to associate myself with, I realize that, see, we here think that Africans are not resilient enough, are not strong and unified. I realize in the black community in the US that, see, we are more stronger and resilient people in another man's world than living with our country. Why? We feel our country is not helping us enough. And as Africans, I believe there is more to do on that field. So that's global influential player. Now, I am in the US. I get interview grants to some radio stations. And the whites cherish me. Because why do they cherish me? Because of my hunger for community development. And so are we, and all of us here in this room. In the next 10 years, I'm sure that as Africans as we are, as strong and united and resilient as we are, will be a global influencer and have partners all over. Maybe my next question will be that an integrated continent. In the next 10 years, Africa should be or must be an integrated continent, politically united, and based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of African Renaissance. Africans, the whole Africa is integrated, but it's not politically united. I repeat again, Africans, we are integrated or an integrated continent, but we are not politically united. In the next 10 years, based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of African Renaissance, I am envisioning that in the not so distant future, maybe in the next 6, 8, and at most 10 years, Africa must be well integrated, politically united, and based on the ideals of our Pan-Africanism and the vision of African Renaissance. In all of this said, I think that Africa will succeed. If not today, we are striving. If not today, tomorrow, in the next so distant future, I cannot give a precise year or a number. Certainly, when I told you my car is that. Wait, what some of us are doing, of which I encourage us all to take a bite, take back, be radical, take a course, fight for a cause. That's when we do all of these, we will help contribute and have a more prosperous, successful, and a forward-looking Africa in the next 10 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very insightful piece. So, move on to our next panel. We don't have video. Are African businesses and products thriving in foreign markets? If they are, please tell us why. If they aren't,
thank you for that question. As a matter of fact, when by the sound of that question, I asked myself, do we even need a foreign business market as Africans to thrive? Do we really need the foreign market as Africans to thrive? For how long has Africa been doing business on the foreign market or on the international scene? Now, I believe we are all business inclined in one way or the other. If you find yourself in a business deal, what are some of your expectations? You expect that when business flourish, your life tune to how that business flourishes. For instance, let's assume pure water tender. I'm expected at at the end of the day, or in some few months from my starting point of business, to be able to open other ventures across my vicinity and even move on to another sector, or be able to open other businesses based on the fact that I'm flourishing in my first part of business. So here we are, we've been doing business with the West for a very long time on the international front. Our products have been always sent across the globe, and we are still hungry. And whenever we need money for development, we have to go begging the West and the East to come in and support us. And in the event that we feel like they want to give us something, it is tied to a condition. It's kind of a quid pro quo situation. Scratch my back, I scratch your back. To me, in as much as the foreign market is a bigger platform for Africa to do business, I think we already have a bigger platform to do business on our own. 54 countries. And we are still here asking where we need to do business and if we are thriving at it. We should try and begin to have confidence in ourselves. Believe that we can do business among ourselves. Let's just look at it from this point of view. Ghana, for instance, is rich in cocoa. Gold, bauxite, name them. Nigeria has oil in large quantities. So are other countries with the kind of minerals we have and the resources we have. Why don't we trade among ourselves? Just the way we decided to go with the African Continental Free Trade Area, with the headquarters right here in Accra. We can do business among ourselves. We need to be able to depend on each other, sending goods and services across the African continent. By so doing, we are able to gain the profits that we get out of this business within the continent. Now, we have some kind of trade liberalizations or trade restrictions, all right? Or better still, there are some conditions that are tied to the kind of businesses that we have in the West, so that they believe that we are the ones that have the raw materials, like the gold and the rest, and they are the revolutionary thinkers. They are so much enlightened that they are able to create technologies that will turn this primary products into finished goods. So what they will tell us is that, okay, whilst we are the producers of cocoa, let's continue producing cocoa. And after we produce cocoa, let's send it to them. They will turn it into what? Bonvita, Milo, chocolate and the rest, and then they will bring it back to us. Then they develop our mindset that because we are unable to get these technologies to be able to process what we have as raw materials and finished product, let us send it to them. And then when they do it, they bring it back to us. Now, we also accept this condition because one, we are safe. Two, we don't have the wherewithal to be able to process these things. And we don't think it is necessary for us to be united at the front to be able to create something that will help us to achieve these dreams. Another thing that I realized that is failing or that is making us fail is that we refuse to be self-reliant. Alright? We are being independent, alright, but we refuse to be self-reliant. So the only thing that we can do in this situation is that, okay, let us do business with them. Let's give them the cocoa. Let them bring the chocolate. Let's give them the timber. Let them use it for whatever they want. And let us just be there. If they are not there, then we are not there. But the Western world and Africa, who even is it? Our population, about 60% of our population is below the age of 25 or 25 years. When we talk about Arab world, check the continent. Africa has it. We are the second largest continent on the globe. Without us, these guys will go hungry. They can survive the test. Why do you think they are rushing to Africa? We are not rushing to them. They are coming down to what? Russia, boom. UK, boom. US, boom. Now they even want to impose their compounds. He needs us more than we need them. That is the more reason why we need to forge our mindset to the fact that we are self-stronger even without them. The moment we begin to think in that direction, we will not begin to send our resources to them to help them to survive as the as the disadvantage of the country. So I don't think we even need to be talking about if our products or our businesses are flourishing on the foreign market. That should be what we should be talking about. To me, the best thing we should be talking about how best can we help ourselves as a country to be able to flourish, to be able to do business among ourselves without depending on the foreign market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Africa has the resources, we just need to be able to do it ourselves. My next question is for Freedom and Hope. Do you think we all can leverage together to work as a global analysis? The question again.
Can you repeat the question?
Do you think we all can leverage together to work as a global analysis?
Well, it's a question has to be looked at in a very multinational perspective. If you look at a music instrument, the piano, it has the white keys and the black keys. Now, when you play the keys together, you can produce sweet melodies. The black keys and the white keys are on the same instrument, and they don't fight, they don't struggle, and they're okay. They're different, but they coexist. The problem is, we live in a world in which people are fighting to survive. It is survival for the fittest. So that our differences matters more than the things that can bring us together. Even here in Africa, any African country, you find people fighting over petty things. Even here in Ghana. Yesterday I was moving in town, doing some survey. And I found some people fighting, clashing over petty differences. So we need to learn lessons from the people. We can be different, but we can coexist. How shall we do that? We need to get to the point whereby we realize that the things that bring us together are more important than all our individual differences combined. In that way, we shall be able to coexist. I have been to some countries, or several countries, and sometimes when you're there, they give you the impression that you're not needed there. I lived in North Africa for 3 years. And when I was there, I would pray not to fall sick. Because going to the hospital would be a big problem. You would go and the treatment you would get will tell you you're not needed in that part of the world. As you're walking in the streets, somebody tells you go back to Africa. An African living in Egypt, an Egyptian is telling you go back to Africa. Then you look at this Egyptian and you wonder. So we can coexist when we put the things that unite us to be more important than our differences. We shall never ever make a difference in the world, in all sectors, in all areas, at all times. But we must learn to coexist. hopefully we can do it so. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time. The piano was a splendid example of how we should put this together. The make harmony if we just agree, we just work together. So, moving on to freedom and law. How can we all learn to identify our cultures and work in a pluralistic world and work together in a global world?
Okay, thank you very much. How can we learn to
Identify our cultures in a pluralistic world and work together in our global world?
So first of all, what is a pluralistic world? Well, anything plural is more than one. And so how can we identify our cultures? I think first of all, I think we can identify our culture through our ideals. First of all, through our ideals. Now, as Pan-Africanists, or as Africans, we have certain ideals that distinguishes us from non-Africans. I cited an example earlier. I traveled sometime, and that connection, that's chemistry, or that perception that Africa is black. Now, once you get a person and a person is black, what comes to mind? What comes to mind is, are you an African? Or which country are you? Affiliate that country to black? Maybe American, black, you see, that kind of thing. So, our ideals, one, can help us identify cultures globally. Now, the second one I will talk about will be our sense of purpose. The African is solely mindful the African is solely mindful, is more mindful of their surroundings, their immediate surroundings, than the majority. Take our politicians, for example, our African politicians for that matter. Only a few move away from what I'm talking about right now. You realize that our politicians tend to feed their circles, and that if you are not in any way associated with their party colors or with their family traits, then you are not going to benefit from them. And so, talk about our sense of purpose. How you can identify cultures in this pluralistic world and globally. I think one, the ideals, two, the sense of purpose, and then three, I'm thinking our attitudinal traits. As Africans, we love ourselves. But we loving ourselves, there are exceptions. You find yourself in a community or in a white community where you don't even know where your family and where your fellow black is coming from. But as long as the person looks black, you have that attraction, that's goodwill towards that brother or sister. And that is one sole identity about Africans. I've come to cherish so much. Should I give you one more reason? It would be maybe our festivals. Identity, we are talking about identity here. And festivals are the, if you like, the cultures or the ideologies of a certain group of people who come together and celebrate a cause. To identify and learn our cultures. I think that in US or in UK, there's this program, annual program called Accra. And I think in recent times in Ghana, there was a copyright issues where the Ghana Tourism Authority tried to inculcate or represent such festivals that are done overseas here in Ghana. And there were copyright issues. Now, I think it's now has a new name. They called Afro Nation. It's now called Afro Nation. So, this seems to be like a replica for the Western world Afro-Chela to Afro Nation. This brings people from all walks of life, come together, and then learn, make merry, take something African away. And so I think for my top of mind, this will be my 4 things that can help us learn to identify our cultures and work together. Thank you very much.
What is your take on the Russian-Ukraine conflict? And also, do you think South African support for the Hamas is the right direction?
I'll be just short because the session is going to be just talking about the Russian-Ukraine war. I think that's basically it's definitely not the right step for whoever that you think you are the most affluent, or you think you have the highest GDP, or you think whatever, you don't have in any order to gain preponderance over those things. There's no you want to claim someone's territory. No! And if you want a fair and a better world, Russia will attack whatever state they have is in the wrong direction. You must be able to cherish each other, you must be able to value each other, you must be able to appreciate the choices of each other. And if Ukraine wants to lay hold on their independence, Russia has no decision to say that I want to take hold of the territory. Because they were there, Ukraine was opposing Russia, and due to a whole lot of intimidating threats, they said they want to come out. And just simply speaking, they need to be respected. Now, on some part in Hamas as well, on the action of Hamas, I feel that some part of this take is a very proactive approach. You don't need to be near there, or don't need to be in that situation before you feel like, let me try and help them out. No, if you want to do an action whereby we can be able to all live in a free world, be able to live well without any form of intimidation, then it's the right step. To see an Asian country having support from Guinea, from South Africa, from Mali, and I feel what the Jews are doing is a breach of human rights. No other do they have to do what they are doing. So I just feel that wherever we are not talking about law, we need to just make sure we care for each other and stop trying to be patronize people who, if they have wealth, if they have thought and what, you can just support them. No. We need to just make sure we fight for the common cause for our land and even helping the antelope. So far, we should just do that. Thank you.
And the final question for our special speaker, Mr. Joe. For the American election, what was your take on President Trump's win and his impact on Africa's integration in world politics?
And that's a wonderful question. If you follow the U.S. elections very closely, and you realize that Donald Trump ran his campaign on the basis of America first. So here's a man who has his own at heart. And a man who is going to vote America first, the all his policies. For me, I'm happy that he won. Because there are more lessons for Africa to learn from Trump in the way he deals with policy. Donald Trump said he would put America first. He would fight for America. He would do everything in the best interest of America. Actually, even before Donald Trump, there was a president called Ronald Reagan. He was the 40th president of the US. This man made a statement that America does what is in our best interest. America does what is in our best interest. And this is exactly what Trump is going to do for the US. Now for us Africans, we should ask this question. Which African president does what is in the best interest of Africa? Which African politician from the great level of the presidency, that's what is in the best interest of their people. So we are going to see a very radical Trump presidency. I want to see how he is going to shape policies concerning Africa. And I want to see how African presidents are going to react. Because Trump understands that somehow America is losing her grip on Africa. Because China is a very radical key player on the global stage now. In the past 3 weeks, I was on 4 airlines in Africa. In every flight, you find Chinese. And they don't buy first-class tickets. They're in the back. They go meeting. They're there with their kids. As I land in one country to connect on that, you see Chinese. Some are landing in that country, remain, some are still continuing. There are some who follow me up to land from where I started. So China is so aggressive now. And this is the battle Trump is going to fight. To reclaim their position in the world. The problem is, when two elephants are fighting, it is the grass that suffers the most. So in this case, the two elephants are the US and China. And what is the grass? Africa. Thank you.
So we'll get a very brief statement from our panelists on the question, what future do you envisage for the global election?
Thank you.
What future do you envisage for the global analysis?
Globalization has brought the world together, like my brother has said, and there is no turning back. Right? We are so much connected. Technology and communication has brought us so much together, so that even though we find ourselves in one part of the world or in one part of the continent, we are able to tell what happens in another part of the continent. In the same way, whatever affects one part of the world or the continent happens to affect other parts of the world and the continent. We were here when COVID-19 struck. We thought we were too far away from China. Little do we know that we also become sufferers. We were still here not too long from that time when the Russia-Ukraine war also affected us as a people, to the extent that in Ghana, our politics are around that particular issue. When we are hungry, Russia-Ukraine war. When we don't have water, Russia-Ukraine war. So yes, the world, or we humans, are now seen as living organisms. As Herbert Spencer would say, the great philosopher. You need to learn to coexist. Because in as much as I believe Africans can survive on their own, if it be that we have to work together with the whole analogy, then it shouldn't be that one has to be less important than the other. We must all go to the table having equal interest and finding a way to path there. The global anatomy needs to realize that we all need each other. There is no superior here, neither is there any inferior. Just like the way the human body works. Like the nose is as important as the mouth, as it is important like the anus. We must all be able to come together to work towards the survival of the world. Anything short of that, we don't have a choice, but we are all passing towards devastation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, in short, all I would say is that we need to make sure that we take every step we need to take to be able to survive. And in a globalized world, we need to be careful of the risks that we will find in this globalized world, whereby we have to, as much humans, the way we interrelate and depend with each other, we need to fight for our survival. So we must not thrive in an area whereby globalization leads to suppression of other blocks or assets. We must thrive and we should be for our dignity and our character behind all fronts. So the future of the global atomic institution of Africa plays a rightful role in the fight for their true sovereignty. Because right now, in this capitalist world, we are in almost every country, we have foreign companies thriving in Africa. There's nothing wrong because we're all interrelating, but they come here, they do this, and they make sure that they exploit the African continent. So we have our independence. And if that's going to happen, there are going to be a fair share of people who encourage African indigents doing more. And that must be all of the game. So let us make sure we fight for our survival for the future we want. So that Africa will become a chain continent. It could be changed, it could be called Eurasia, maybe in the next 5 years. It could change to Euro-Africa, not Africa. It could become Euro-Africa because now Europe maybe controlling us. So we fight for our survival. Think of the next decade, put that's ahead of you, and make a change. Thank you.
There was a man called Alexander the Great. This man made a statement one time that upon the owner of each depends the fate of all. The individual things that we do in the end, define our fate. So, where the world will be, what the world will become, will depend on what that individual countries will do. For us as Africans, we must know the comparative advantage that we have over that continent. And we take advantage of that, and we focus on that. We know we have raw materials. We have minerals, we know. And this is why other continents are coming here to conquer us, sponsoring wars, so that they can capture those raw materials. So our strength on the global stage will depend on how we will use what we have. As long as we shall continue trading in the world market, trading raw materials, when they are not processed, we shall never occupy any rightful place on the global stage. When I was coming here, they gave me something to eat on the plane. And they gave me a wiper for cleaning my hand. A wiper. Then I checked, it was made in China. A wiper, you just clean my hand. Then I was telling my colleague who sat next to me, I said, no, don't you have a company in Africa that can make a near wiper for cleaning your hand? The pattern was from Switzerland. The biscuit they gave me was from China. I suspected that even the coffee they gave me was grown in Africa but processed outside and sold back to Africa. And we are talking about the African continental free trade area, where we are supposed to develop ourselves, remove tariff and non-tariff barriers, and we are buying wipers from China. This is terrible. At home, the key holders we have, plastic key holders, plastic, made in China. Plastic key holders. I went to a restaurant here. They gave me toothpicks, made in China. Don't we have forests in Africa here? There's no company in Africa that can make toothpicks that we can buy. I believe that. So these simple things, these petty things will determine where we will be in future as Africa. Because if we still continue importing key holders, toothpicks, chicken. I went to a supermarket yesterday, here, to do a sample. Then I asked someone there, I said I need chicken. And she asked me, what kind of chicken? From where? Chicken from where? I said, which chickens do you have? We have chicken from Brazil, from Ghana here, chicken from Brazil. So that if I come to Ghana and I go to the supermarket looking for chicken, so I have to make a choice between chicken from Brazil and chicken from Ghana. So we need to wake up. Because if petty things like we can grow chicken here, we can manufacture our own toothpicks, we can do that. At least that's what we can do. The fate of the world will be determined by those who will venture into serious manufacturing. And we are not there as Africa. There is no meaningful manufacturing taking place in any African country as we speak. So manufacturing, using advanced technology, incorporating artificial intelligence will determine where the world will be. And if Africa should ever occupy any serious place on the global stage, then we must venture into serious manufacturing. We must make use of the advanced technologies. We can go outside and learn how to make those pigs in China. Then we come and make them here. We can go and learn how to make wipers in China. Then we come and make them here. So that the next time we go to Ethiopian Airlines, they give you wipers made in Ghana. That will be our pride.
made in Uganda. We have companies that make biscuits in Uganda. I was wondering why. Why we buy from China? So if the African continental free trade area is to make sense, then we need to start buying these simple things from the countries that are manufactured in Africa. Otherwise, we are going nowhere. Thank you.
To whom much is given, much is expected. How best to AU, the African Union. That's the future I envision for the world. It's for the AU, the EAU, the EA, the ECOWAS, and its sub-agencies and bodies to use the comparative advantage and the public world and to share the resources, the national cake, so that those at the down levels will benefit from the so-called national cake, and that we all will live peacefully. So I'm tagging this once again to the AU and its bodies to function well, to have a better world and a better Africa. Thank you.
Today for very insightful thoughts, for sharing with us your vision for Africa. And thank you very much for the special speaker, Mr. Joe. We've really been an honor having you here. You are very insightful. So, if you would like to take any last words from our president, so you can do that.
Once again, feel that what we said must be taken a deep thought. We feel, in as much as there's going to be a composition of whatever takes place, we must seek for our relevance, not for our relevance. So wherever you are, think deep and make sure whatever you are doing is leading to an African uprising. Otherwise, in the future, you don't know where your children, your sons, your daughters may be prone to. Let us be very proactive and take such decisions. And we are once again humbled that you've taken your time to listen to us. As this was just a pedestal to our elders who are going to speak on this platform. So we're humbled and we treat all of us to be very resolute in the future ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jack Messi and your panelists for such a wonderful message with us. All those do the first session of the program has come in. And therefore, we shall call on our fellow freedom giants, Ras, Bombas, to come and at least relieve us from longevity of setting its accompanying stress. Shall we do it better as he comes? And I'm going to use called Nathan too. And as soon as he mentioned his name to me, it's really kind of what I had learned from the Bible. There was a time where David the king, had that dog take up Bathsheba, and that of her husband had a very difficulty. Now with this, there was a prophet whom God told to go and point out what David has done. And as we do all know, kings are fearful to be spoken to. So as prophet as Nathan was, he was really finding it difficult as to how he would solve this difficulty that the king as time. But in he used a certain analogy. And then the king was like, whoever has done this should be persecuted. It should be that. And he imagine said, my king, it's you. Please, let's welcome him as he gives us his ceremony.
Yes, Ras Puma was born Nathan Puma in 1972 in Cape East. Alright, well, I've had a very lengthy discussion, and all I can say is that I can feel the fire, which unquenchable fire, which will keep burning until Africa is free. So, fire burning in Africa. Fire burning in Africa. Fire is a burning in Africa. Fire is a burning in Africa. Fire is a burning in Africa. Mr. Fire is a burning. Not never sees the fire. Not never stop the fire. Blazing higher, let it burn, 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 Lord. Marcos Mosaic and Borahaya Selassie, and Martin Luther King. I hear the children sing for. And Martin Luther King, I hear the children sing, Lord, hey, all we want is repatriation. I am repatriation. We talk about the repatriation. I am repatriation. Not now yet sees the fire. The blazing higher, never yet stop the fire. Fire blazing higher, higher, higher. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn, let it burn. Blazing higher, fire burning in Africa. Blazing higher, fire burning in Africa. Until everyone is free, like a bird in a tree. Until you and me is free, firmly, like I really want to be. Never yet cease the fire, blazing higher. Never yet stop the fire, blazing higher, 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 higher. Burning and a burning and a burning and a burning and a burning in Africa. Burning and a burning and a burning and a burning and a burning in Africa. I hope you get the message. Thank you. Okay, well, I got one more for you, and then this is Good Times to Roll. Like I said, my voice is not the best of 60, so my apologies again. Dwell together
We gotta let the good times keep on rolling. Oh, na 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 na, yeah. We gotta let the good times keep on. We gotta let the good times keep on. Let the good times keep on rolling. Oh my head. When the going gets tough, boy, as the going is rough. Help me up when I stumble and fall, and I'll be there whenever you call. I really mean it when I'm saying we gotta let the good times keep on. We gotta let the good times keep on. Let the good times keep on rolling. Oh, na, na, na. We gotta let the good times keep on. We gotta let the good times, oh yes, let the good times keep on rolling. The friends we lost on this crooked rocky road till we got shot. Got to carry down the heavy load. So I got to leave them all alone. New friends, always news. Good times, chase away my blues. We gotta let the good times keep on rolling. Oh, na, na, na. We gotta let the good times keep on. We gotta let the good times keep on. Let the good times keep on rolling. Feed me when I hunger, give me water when I thirst, clothe me when I'm naked, visit me when I'm sick, counsel me in jail, welcome me when I'm a stranger, nurse me when I'm wounded, pick me up when I faint. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Can we make once more? Fellow freedom giants, it's our time we got a perspective of the global momentum. And we are getting this from our fellow freedom giants, Arise, Abebu. Shall we welcome them?
Hello, freedom giants. So I came with, I'm privileged to be here first and foremost, and I want to stand on all existing protocols. I am Arise Abebu, and I am a member of the African Policy International Legal Council. And the Legal Council is constituted by freedom giants and Neil McCaffrey, by Nabu and myself. And we came with a curated speech, but I'm told that because of time I have to just upgrade it and just give a little perspective on showing the structured global anatomy. So I'll touch on a few points just in order to make it brief and crisp. And so when we talk of Africa, we speak of a very big continent made up of 54 countries. And so usually the structure of Africa makes it a bit of a challenge in putting forth one voice. And so we speak of the challenge of fragmentation. And so we say our continent is so richly endowed, our continent, so richly endowed, remains shackled by borders thrown in rooms we were never invited to. So the Berlin Conference of 1884 was not just a partition of land, it was a fragmentation of power. So this fragmentation has left us vulnerable, not only to exploitation, but also to marginalization in the global order. So the legal framework of the Charter of the United Nations of 1945 speaks of sovereignty, equality, and self-determination. But where is our sovereignty? Where before fragmented voices struggle to speak as one? Where is our equality when our resources go to economies that exclude us? As well as we are speaking to a global anatomy, we want to bring our minds to how we can ensure a structured global anatomy where Africa takes a leading role in ensuring that the global space is shared by an African perspective and inclusive of Africa. And so we are looking towards an African economic constitution. We are saying that we need an African economic constitution that is a legal framework that turns our nations into a singular economic bloc. Now look at Article 3 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union 2000. It mandates the promotion of economic integration. But integration must move beyond policy rhetoric to binding instruments. So the African continental free trade area is a start, but let us push further. 1, let us harmonize our commercial laws to reduce intra-Africa trade barriers. 2, let us create an African investment court to promote the interest of African businesses in global disputes. Let us enforce penalties for foreign corporations that exploit African resources without adhering to fair labor and environmental standards. We're also looking at how we can strengthen our African Court of Justice and Human Rights. We are preaching for a legal unity that must begin with justice. Now, the African Court of Justice must be empowered to promote or to prosecute not only gross human rights violations, but also economic sabotage, corruption, and illicit financial flows. We need robust mechanisms for holding both African leaders and external actors accountable. We also need to reclaim our resources through law. Now, the global anatomy thrives on Africa's resources. Yet, legal agreements governing these resources often favor foreign entities. Article 21 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, 1981, provides for the right of African peoples to freely dispose of their wealth. That has established Pan-African resource laws that prioritize local beneficiation and regional industrialization. Now, what is the way forward? We need leadership through unity and law. As an African, I see no contradiction between Nkrumah's call for political unity and the modern world's need for legal unification. If Europe could rise from the ashes of war to create the European Union, then Africa has certainly rise from centuries of exploitation to create a unified structured presence in the global anatomy. So let us remember that the law is not merely a tool of the powerful. It is the voice of justice and shield for the weak and bridge between chaos and order. So let us write our laws that enshrine dignity, enforce equity, and uplift the lives of millions who call Africa home. So to conclude, we are calling for inclusion, we are calling for enforcement, we are calling for action. So a call to action is a call for Africa to be united in the fight for a global anatomy that ensures inclusion. As I conclude, let me turn out the theory of carrying result of Nkrumah and the pragmatic character of the African leader. The global anatomy is in flux. Old systems are faltering. New ones are emerging. Africa must not wait to be invited to the table of global restructuring. We must seize our seats and shape its agenda through the power of law, through the unity of purpose, and through the strength of our people. We will ensure that the global anatomy recognizes Africa as a periphery, not just Africa not as a periphery, but as its I said beating heart. Africa must unite, Africa must lead, and Africa must do so now with the clarity of vision and the power of the Lord. Thank you.
I nearly fell anyway. Council, we thank you for sitting this question. I think what he did there just reminded me of Council. There was a time we invited the council to give us to do a certain presentation. And so with these council people, when you call them, all you will hear is the promotion, the escalation, in fact everything is shit. Now we are going to the second section of the program, and therefore we are going to be inviting our sister, who is a freedom giant, to come and take charge of that. So with a round of applause, can we welcome Sister Caroline? Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be your hostess for this session of the program, and we'll be having our panelists. Seated here, so please, with a round of applause, when I mention the name, we hope we welcome them up on the stage. Is that okay? Oh, please smile. It looks like your hands are cry. Maybe a smile. Right. So, with a round of applause, let's welcome the CEO of Precious Inspires. She's also working with the Youth Employment Agency, Madam Precious Approval. Oh, please do better. She has to get the point to motivate her. Yes. Let's also welcome a nationalist and pan-Africanist, Mr. Godson Apronti. Great. Oh, there are people who are stopping me. Let's move along. You can actually shout to me. Great. We also have a pan-Africanist and a lecturer of the Accra Technical University. He is in the person of Mr. Bright Azuma. I think he's not here currently. He should be on his way. Yes. And lastly, there is a representative from the National Commission for Civil Education. He's the regional director, and in the person of Mr. Mauli Agwenu. Let's welcome him up on stage. Okay, I think these people are currently not here. But we're going to start anyway. I'm sure in the midway they're going to join me. I'll take my seat over here. My heels will help me, yes. So we're going to start with this session, and this session is going to be discussed on the topic building the Ghana we want. Right, so like I said earlier, we're talking on the topic building the Ghana we want. We're all citizens of this country, apart from a few of us. But in as much as that is happening, we still are involved in the decision making of the country by our votes. And so we're going to discuss how we can build this Ghana we want. And my mind has been drawn to the introduction of Madame Precious. She is a teacher and works with the Youth Development and Youth Employment Agency. So I beg your pardon. Yes, but she is a great woman who is the CEO of Precious Inspires. But there will also be a session for questions from us. So please, I'll create your indulgence while we have the session so that if you have any questions, you will eventually be given microphones to voice them out so that our panelists here help us with the answers. Is that okay? Oh, please give me a response there. Is that fine? So we are going to start. Okay. So I'll start with Madame Precious. Please, when we talk about customer service, since you are a CEO, you definitely have subordinates and employees, and then you maybe, and you get people who you probably mentor. When we are talking about customer service, well, how would you define customer service?
Right, thank you for your question. And first of all, I'll say it's an honor to be here for the second time, I think after 3-4 years, to be part of this panel again. And so when we are talking about customer service, we are talking about that personal relationship that you are having with what we usually call the clients. So depending on whichever area you find yourself, and so coming from the perspective of an educator and a teacher, so the clients that I work with on a daily basis are my students, are my parents. So these are the clients I work with. Now, how do I establish that serene environment to have a cordial relationship with my clients so that at the end of the day, the end goal will be achieved, more especially for the benefit of the child that we are raising for tomorrow. And so customer service is basically the relationship, the serene atmosphere you create for your clients that you meet on a daily basis. Thank you.
Great. Please let's give it up for her. I don't have to ask for a round of applause. We can do it better. Please do it better for her. Great. So to Mr. Ponti, we want to know what programs do you think are in place with regards to building Ghana to address poverty, to address economic inequality, and also inflation? And what investments do you think have been made with regards to education and then manufacturing and infrastructure development to address these issues I mentioned earlier?
Ghana has come a long way. And at the point when Kwame Nkrumah was the president of this country, he saw the need for us to go into manufacturing, into industrialization, whereby we started producing almost everything by ourselves. We were manufacturing our own televisions, radio sets, we were producing cars, lorries, and everything here. And even our raw material, we had a golden tree factory where we were producing golden tree chocolates and then pebbles and everything Ghana was going on. But suddenly, the enemies arose. We are here seeking the way forward, and we are going to unite that Ghana will work again. But I'm here to say that the enemy that is destroying Ghana is within. Within ourselves, the enemy is here. The enemy that we are talking of now, was the same enemy that destroyed Kwame Nkrumah. And if we say we are getting up to move ahead, we need to study why Kwame Nkrumah fell and know that the causes of his fall, so that we can be able to avoid the pitfalls that brought him down. Now, once somewhere along the line, Nkrumah realized that just after we became a republic, our output in diamond fell completely as if Ghana was no longer producing diamonds. By then, he had started taxing the gold mines in the form of gold bars and was keeping them as a form of collateral, so that if we needed to get money from the developed world, he was going to use gold bars as collateral. He set up a committee to investigate and find out why it came about that Ghana was no longer producing diamonds. It was these investigations and the results that led to his fall. Now, the then Commissioner of Police and his deputy, what we call the IGP now, and his deputy, were found out to be the ringleaders in a syndicate with the whites that were producing the diamonds. And they've attached some cylindrical containers to the grease belt that big for the robots. Diamond is the hardest substance on earth. So when the rocks are crushed, the diamonds remain intact. And it is this brings down that the diamonds. And the machine has been so programmed that the big lumps of diamonds were falling into these cylindrical containers. Only the tiny specks, which is difficult for the eye to see, use the table that will find documents that will pick them out. Now, the investigation came out that whenever these cylindrical containers were full, they were losing the machines, and then the machines will be sent abroad for repairs. They only go to change the containers, fix the machines, and bring them back. In November of 1965, when the machines were being sent out again, Nkrumah intercepted them at the airport. They ordered them to be taken to the Flagstaff House. And when those cylinders were opened, they were full of nothing but Ghana's diamonds. Then, in working, trying to apprehend these culprits who were making the syndicates, it was the deputy commissioner who Nkrumah himself sent to train with the CIA for police intelligence reporting, in order that they will open the special branch, which today we call the BNI. It was he who went back to his friends, the CIA, and told them that he knew they were after Kwame Nkrumah, and that if they could give him the necessary help, he will remove it from them. Now, what type of help do you need? He said he needed arms and ammunition. He said any quantity we can give you. What again do you need? He said he needed money. How much money? 13 million pounds as at that time. And they asked him why so much money. He said he and his boss, the commissioner, they were only police officers. And the soldiers will not take it kindly for police to make a move. So they were going to bribe the army officers to join it. And he was giving the money. And the soldiers were roped in and became a military police junta. Then they realized that because of Nkrumah's popularity, if he was in the country and the coup came on, it would be bloody unless they kill him. So they asked the CIA to deceive him out of the country. And they came to him that the Vietnam War, in which the Americans were totally humiliated, he was the only person who could go to China and then negotiate for peace. They both named it Operation Cold Chop. And Nkrumah accepted it. The moment he took off, the coup happened. Now, you know, these gold bars that he kept at the Francis house, the soldiers who went there, Kotoka and Afrifa. It was Afrifa who explained, wow, how can I, a small boy like me, enjoy all this wealth? And Kotoka said, no, this money that belongs to the states, it must stay intact. If we touch it, the aim of our coup is defeated. So he did not allow them to share it. The following year, 1967, Africa organized Lieutenant Atta, Lieutenant Togo, and Lieutenant Yeboah, and gave them the remnants of the arms given by the CIA for the coup. They said, go and engage this man in a long shootout. When he runs out of ammunition, capture him. I have gone with him to 45 outside and made bullets. Bullets cannot kill him, but knife. Now, there was this coup in 1967 whereby Kotoka was killed. It was with the aim that Africa will come for the gold and the diamonds. No wonder he went to Switzerland to make a golden bed. A golden bed that was brought together here and was featured in a daily graphic. With the money he went to establish Okatache farms and build estate houses for his workers and, you know, a whole lot of mess up. Now, Kwame Nkrumah's aim of industrializing the country was aborted. He was going with the Chinese because the Chinese were rising up and they wanted to help us to open our eyes. So it was the Chinese who came and built our trade fair. And they organized the first international trade fair over there called China Exhibition to open our eyes to technology. It was Kwame Nkrumah was branded as a communist. He was taking the country and to the east. They did everything possible to destroy him. Now, it was there at that trade fair of 1963, the China Exhibition, that I saw technology machines. Well, later on, we had our trade fairs. Today, ask me, where is our trade fair? All the buildings have been raised down, and the place has been given to an individual. Estate development, one individual. That same one individual, the whole Summer Lagoon, tax regime 35 bars, has been given to that person only. And all the people of Ghana, if you go there today, to go and to myself, you'll be shot. Why should that sort of grabbing of state properties go on and we sit down? No, I'm here very, very angry because I want us to rise up. I've accepted to come here because I know this rising up must come on because what he told before he died in his book that days in Ghana, he stated that the bomb was not aimed at me as Kwame Nkrumah, but through me at Ghana and the rest of Africa. As far as I'm concerned, I'm happy in the knowledge that death can never extinguish the torch which I have lit in Ghana. Long after I'm dead and gone, it will continue to burn and be born aloft, giving light and guidance to the people. When I heard of this meeting, I knew that the youth, there is a reawakening of the youth of Ghana and Africa. That's why I accepted to be here. And maybe many of you might not know much about Kwame Nkrumah. I was a young pioneer during his time. And I knew that they tried as much as possible to obligate the name of Kwame Nkrumah. In all textbooks in Ghana today, from the kindergarten to the universities, you will not hear anything about Kwame Nkrumah. So that the youth that came up, they are in the dark about who Kwame Nkrumah was. Kwame Nkrumah was a gift of God to Ghana and to Africa. But those people who partitioned Africa and have plundered and raped the continent, they see that Africa is a rich continent of raw materials, and they wanted us to be suppliers of raw materials. We must never use the raw materials to manufacture anything. That is why Kwame Nkrumah was opening factories all over the country, and the country was moving, industrializing. They saw that if this pandemic go away, no, it will not be good for them. Nkrumah was destroyed. Now, you as the youth coming up now, I don't know, but I saw Kwame Nkrumah. I was a young pioneer. And the pledge of the young pioneer movement at that time is more relevant to Ghana today, even than at that time, because it spoke about love of country. Together is the love of country, discipline and obedience, honesty and morality, punctuality, protection of state property. Now, when we talk about all these things, they are lacking in the country. Love of country, discipline and obedience, honesty and morality, protection of state property, reliability and secrecy, comradeship and forbearance, love of wealth, free-craft, unaffected, and self-control, preparedness to take instructions. Now, youth of today, I am telling you that the enemy is within you. Those who feel that they must possess everything. But that shouldn't be the case. It will be a sort of socialist state, democratic society, whereby even the poor and the vulnerable will be brought along and be catered for. But some people feel that they must possess everything. So that today we are where we are because of those enemies. Now, we can change these things. I'm saying that we must vote in these 7 December elections to make sure that Ghana works again. Ghana must work. Don't lose this opportunity. We must use our tongues to vote massively for change. And when this change comes, the plan that they have, that they will never hand over power to anybody, will be aborted. No, let me tell you, many people don't know it. But just as Adolf Hitler in 1933, when he came to power, all the strength that he took to create himself into power and to mop out every opposition, it has been done. They created their own personal armies and police, and they have linked up with their police, the CIA, that destroyed this country. And then they've given them military bases. Part of our airport belongs to them, bases and all over, so that they are doing all the wickedness with impunity. Yes, they feel nobody can do anything, therefore, they will tell you they are coming to do it and they will do it. Now it is up to us to know that the enemy is within. And once There's no room for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Right. So I happily plead that because of our time, we don't have a lot of time. So when the question is being asked, I humbly ask that we go straight and then answer the question so that we can move on, because there are quite a number of them. And so that will bring me to my next question for Madam Precious. Do you think that citizens, as citizens, we are being involved in decision making? And if we are, how can we address disparities and ensure equitable distribution of resources in the country?
Thank you. As citizens, I know that opportunities have been created for us to view or to bring forth our concerns to contribute to the development of the nation. But just that we are not able, or there is an opportunity, but that opportunity doesn't go to the larger population. So it's just a number of people who get involved in it. One of the days that I know we had civic education, I know it is still in existence, but comparing their work now as against what was done previously, because I remember when I was in JHS, we could have civic educators coming into our schools to educate us, more especially when it's getting to elections. It is still there, but what about those in the hinterlands? What do they know about what is currently ongoing? Most of them just have the hearsay. They hear people talking about this, maybe because of the mass media that we have, the radio station, or maybe they've heard their parents discussing few things. Sometimes I have opportunities with even my students here in Accra. They say certain things, and you know that civic education is missing from our lives. Because in our days, we are able to talk about, okay, this is what the government does, this is what is expected of them, these are the arms of government. But comparing it to our day today, that education is missing. So what children hear is, okay, this government is not performing well, and this government is preferred over this. But what are the other things that contribute to the government performing their duties diligently or performing it well? What are those checks and balances that are in place that even as a child, I need to know that even in the community in which I find myself, I can also implement that. Those things are missing. So that is what is missing in terms of education or what we have now as being citizens with voices. For now, I can say it's Facebook, Twitter, and all other things that are available to even be those in maybe Accra or the regional capitals. But what about that person in a village far away at Ketebrachi, Obama? How does that person also voice out? I know our district assembly systems have also been put in place, but even within the district assembly, how do we even get the voice of that person Obama after Ketebrachi? It will be difficult for that person's voice to also be heard, yes. So, yes, there is an opportunity for us to bring forth our views, to contribute to decisions, but there is also a limitation, yeah. And so I think it is the limitations that we need to focus on to see how best we can bridge the gap between that limitation and what we have now.
Thank you very much. So our next question, Mr. Apprenti. What measures do you think are in place to ensure there is transparency, publicity, and good governance? The measures that are in place to ensure that there's transparency, there's probity, and there is good governance.
So what I'm seeing so far on the ground, I see that there is between the electoral commission and the government in power, the government, they always come out crying out for peace accord and all those things, but the people are not peaceful themselves. Yes, there's a reign of terror and everything going on, and then they will do the thing, and then they will make the opposition as having done it. Now there is danger ahead. There's nothing in place to ensure peace. Because to me, when people are saying that we will not hand over to the next government, we will not hand over, those people that are to be taught to come out of that statement and we would rather attack the opponent and say that the opponent is the violent, the perpetrators of what? Violence in the system. No. Now, to me, personally, for them to be what? Peace, I don't think there can be peace. No.
Why do you say so?
Yeah, because the people in power, they've trained themselves completely to power. I'm telling you that Ghana has been sold out, and people are not aware. Yes.
But try not to be political.
Yes. But it must be, because it is the reality on the ground. We cannot pretend and be hypocrites.
Because you know the painful thing is, at the end of the day, in as much as we belong to different political parties, we are one people. And we are all to ensure the development of the country.
We are one people, that's what we say, but we are not one. That's why I told that the enemy is within. The enemy that is
but I hope you do agree, yes. I am only thinking of the repercussions of whatever is going on now. That is why I'm saying that. So we just are gathered here today.
In the previous election, it was very clear that the other party won the election, but they called on people to come and talk to this man that for peace to prevail, you let it go. And now that they are raining terror upon us, those people are silent. There are some pastors who actually, encourage these people to come into power. And when the whole country is in fire now, you can't hear their voices. There's too much hypocrisy in the system. Too much hypocrisy, so that I don't want to even say anything. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a lot of things here, but let's calm down as much as possible. Right, so Madam Precious, what area of the ministry currently do you think has impacted the country? And of ministry, which of the ministries do you think have impacted so far? But in as much as we are not being political, we want to look at the development project so far. But we can't go entirely wrong. And if it's right, that's fine. But we want to know what your opinion is. What do you think? Have they done well? What area do you think they've done? And what are you expecting the next governance to do as well? What agenda do you think they can bring on board? Which one do you think they can scrap out just to make sure that there's development in the country?
Thank you. Yes, so I am one person, and I know others are also in that line. I always say that yes, we are bound to face issues, we are bound to face problems, but in the midst of those problems, what are those key things or good things we can leverage on so that we can bring about development? I've realized that year in, year out, in terms of all the ministries we have, there is a lot of impact. Just that those impacts don't get to our satisfaction or to those heights we look forward for them getting to. But for me, currently, I will say that in terms of education, maybe probably because that is where I find myself, and also looking at how well people are getting some form of information or having easy access to information in terms of communication. Taking education, for instance, we all know that education is the bedrock for every nation to thrive. Year in, year out, we see a lot of policies coming on board. Yes, the other aspects of the policies are in terms of its implementation, whether the implementations are going on well or they are achievable. Yes, but looking at the policies, there are policies that are there to enroll even the marginalized into education. Now, with just the basic education that a person is given, enlightens someone. Let's say, for instance, somebody having a skill that needs to be developed. With the basic education that that person has, you'll be able to explore better, and that also helps you bring to apart other people within your generational line. We always see evidence of that. Yes, not to go into whether it is successful, but I know that at least in a community we could get about 2 or 3 people benefiting from it. Using a scenario, just recently, so with Precious Inspire, we go into villages to educate children, and even those who are dropouts of school. We want to encourage them to get back to school just to acquire their basic education. So I remember after the COVID-19, we know that basic school students were home for a year. And in some villages, we had most of these teen girls becoming teen mothers as a result of that 1 year of being home. And so we started an intervention process, which we call the STEP project. So students training and education projects. Now, in the process, we've been able to get some teen mothers who are back, who they've expressed the desire to get back to school. And I can confidently say that 2 weeks ago, I was able to enroll one who we had to relocate to Kezekrachi. That's why I kept on mentioning Kezekrachi. To go back, and for the past 2 years, she was part of the JHS system. And she came out with Aggregate 17 from Kezekrachi Overland. Yes, so that tells me that if that child could, and she's now 20, just 2 weeks ago, I enrolled her at Nifa Senior High School because she was picked at that place. And she has started being offered general arts, and she wants to become a lawyer. Yes, that's what she wants to become. And when we try to find out why she wants to become a lawyer, because she also wants to be there for the marginalized. Yes. And so for me, looking at the other aspect of it, the benefits, how beneficial is it to even the marginalized? Yes, the benefits are about what is the next step. That means that we all need to come together, see how and promote it. And so as individuals, how are we also promoting it? Rather than maybe looking at the bigger picture and looking forward to maybe the policy holders to let it work. But you and I are also policy holders. In our very small ways, we can also make it count. Thank you.
I think we can give a round of applause for Precious Inspire, such a great and wonderful foundation having to impact young girls and encourage them to go to school and then become prominent people. And so, Mr. Prati, I hope we're good. We're calm. Very calm. Great. So, I want to find out. Oh, it's all love in here. There's no heat at all. Great. We want to find out, how would you say that the national, as a nation or as a country, we've been able to get to a certain level in terms of we being able to implement policies so far? Don't look at it from the aspect of the political view, but as a nation, do you think we have been able to implement policies, for the government in power and even for the past governments? Have we been able to make progress in as much as there's been change of government here and there? And if not, how do you think we can go about it, or what measures do you think can be in place?
Okay, with the implementation of policies so far, I can say the free education that was implemented by the government to some extent is good, but it was in a rush, so that the quality of education that the children should have is missing. Look at the number of males these children will be in the house, and red, gold, green colors. Why some people will be at home, some people are at school. Just because infrastructure was not adequate. But the former government said that we should provide adequate infrastructure by building these e-blocks and other things in the form of community day secondary schools, so that within your community, you walk to the school, you walk back to cut down costs, and then it gives meaning to the free education. But because people wanted to politicize it, they just jump into it, and so many people are just saying what they don't know about. But now they are telling the incoming government to maintain the policy. The policy was started by the former government, and then they said they are going to maintain and implement it better. Things are going to work better. Let them come, and I am ready for that change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so to Madam Precious, back to customer service. Remember that was the first question we asked. What are your personal values when it comes to customer service, and how do you implement or imbibe these values in your work? Maybe we are out there as entrepreneurs, as workers or employees of organizations who would have personal values. How do you think that we can imbibe these values and have such values and imbibe them in our work? Because I'm sure it's obviously going to affect how we work and how we treat and relate to others. Thank you.
Yes, so in terms of customer service, personally, the first key thing I look out for is integrity. Because integrity is everything. For people to believe in you and to believe in what services you provide, that stands tall for me. Now, secondly, I am looking at being diligent. How diligent are you with your work, so that your clients who are with you will feel satisfied? And so, going back to my area, yes, from that perspective, so I am looking at that students that will have a trust in me, that students that will believe me, will believe in me, that student that knows that with me there, he or she is okay, or he or she is able to understand or to have a fulfillment of his or her dreams. And so that's what I'm looking at. Now, looking at the parents who are also the people who are supporting the learners with their education, they should also be able to trust me. They should be able to communicate with me. And so I am looking at active listening and communication. So I shouldn't see myself to be right at all times. And that's, we have a balance, we say that the customer is always right. Yes, I always see this at play a lot. Now, whoever is talking to you also has an opinion. And so you should be ready to listen to the person's opinion. You also come on board with your opinion so that both of you can meet each other at a point, because we are all there for a common goal. And so integrity is very key. Being diligent, communication, active listening. Now, looking at the people I work with, how do I invite that in them as well? So it is about what you do that people look up to. Yes, and so being an example to others in the midst of whatever difficulties you find yourself, being a good team player and being a good communicator. And so you become that center of communication. So communicating with your clients and also communicating with your workers. The way you carry the communication about brings both of them together, and then at the end of the day, we all achieve our aim. I remember someone once passed a comment and said, he doesn't really know how I deal with people, because at every point in time, I make everyone feel special. Everyone feels that he or she is the only person I am dealing with. But when you look at the bigger picture, I am dealing with a lot of stakeholders. But at every point in time, you feel you are the only person I am dealing with. And that also motivates me a lot. And so hearing those things also tells me that I need to carry on with whatever I am doing. Yes, and so for these few things, there are other things that I look up to, but in whatever I do, I'm looking at integrity, being diligent, communicating, and being a good team player. Thank you.
Great. And I'm sure we're picking up these points as well, because as individuals, we get to meet people every single day. You may not be a teacher, as she is, but in one way or the other, you are relating to somebody. You may have siblings, you may have family that you are being looked up to. You never know. You think that, oh, I'm just doing it. Or somebody's coming and one day say, you the other time you were doing this, and you are shocked that the person saw it, or is looking at you and what you do. So it's very important. And so we are getting to the end of the session actually. But I would like to ask this last question for the two of you. So I always want to find out if Mr. Appointee is very funny and so calm. Because this one may let you get heated a little bit, but not so much. So we have a few weeks to election. It's exactly 2 weeks today, I'm sure, right? And so there's a lot also hovering about in the air with regards to elections, and there are a lot of ballot papers here and there, and then the opposition parties trying to be dubious and blah blah, a whole lot. What is your opinion on this year's election? What do you expect? What do you think can be done better before we have the actual election? What do you think may be the challenges? What do you think we can avoid just to save us?
Well, I've been studying the political theory, what is going on the ground, in the lives of people, the sufferings that have been inflicted upon us, and I can see that people are yearning for change. They are yearning for change. Everywhere you go, everybody is talking about change. To the extent that, the government do not have any message about anymore, but to resort to attacking the other opponent. Now, what I'm saying is that as we are getting about 2 weeks to the time now, well, what I want to be done is that the electoral commission, who is the referee in the whole thing, will be very fair. You see, you make political terrain very, very clear, and let the truth prevail, let the will of the people. Yes, not that you read the time, then you get uniform soldiers and people coming in, and then when the nothing is going on, and the city is not going in their favor, then they will interrupt everything, and then they will say that everything is for the opponent. No, we are watching what is going on. And international foreign observers who will be around, we want the truth to prevail. We don't have arms, but we have mouth. We voice out the wrong that we see. But those who are carrying the arms, they should not terrorize and intimidate people to keep quiet while they cheat. No, that must not be.
Thank you very much.
Yes, election in 2 weeks. So I am looking forward to a free and fair election. One key thing I also have is integrity, just as I shared previously. Now, in every space that we find ourselves, the change we are all getting for can start from us. And so as we are all going to the polls, whoever is in quotes that big person is not the only person who is voting. You and I are also voting. Our family members are voting, our friends are voting, work colleagues are voting. So we can also be advocates of peace, so that we talk to ourselves first, talk to the people around us. Together we can all make it count. Ghana is the only Ghana we all have. If something should happen now, I don't know where we are all running to. Maybe others have places they are running to, and I'm sure they are already out already. But they will be somewhere and be instigating. They will be somewhere and be trying to give us, like help us form certain mindsets. Some of us will be privileged to be electoral commissioners, to be people to take charge of the elections and all that. It is, if we are able to do it well and to make it work well, then it will be free and fair for all of us. And so for me, I look up to a free and fair election, the greatest tolerance of all, so that at the end of the day, if we are all yearning for change, or we are looking forward to something better, or we are looking forward to how best we can turn around things to make life a bit more better to us and to generations yet unborn, we will be able to achieve it. Thank you.
We will be able to achieve it. So please have that at the back of your minds. And so now, I'm sure a few of us may have questions. Mr. Prentice Alford and NT will be back, but I don't know, do you have any questions? Does anybody have any question, any contribution, any recommendation, suggestion whatsoever? Okay, so I'm guessing we're all good, and whatever was communicated was also received in good faith. And I'm sure we're going to put that to great use. And so, at this juncture, I would like to thank everyone for giving me your ears and attention. It was a great honor doing this. I'm Caroline Ekwadapa. Thank you for having me. And let's give it up for this I will take your seats.
Thank you, Freedom. We thank you and the panelists for such insightful conversation. Now, time is from our side. Probably we have to move on to the next session before the entire program is closed. And so we always must invite the president to come and take us through.
thank you very much. Because of our time, we'll just go straight into some parts. We're definitely going to have a partner lecture by our own beloved, our guest speaker, who is Freedom Giant as a fellow. But we have the third session here, and we have two distinct people who are in the third session. And it's an honor for us to have them here. We have Ambassador Christopher Ansia. He is one of the ambassadors from Boston right now, and the head ambassador for Boston National. He's our papa and one of our martyrs. So please let's give a round of applause. Welcome, Master Comes and the program. We also have one of our freedom giants who is a father, who is a sensational patriot. I mean, when you think about this man, there's so much wisdom in him. And I believe that we all need to write down and have a coach with someone before we have a coach. The ambassador could be Professor Mamori, could be Mr. Bronte, could be Madam Precious. We need to have a coach before we leave. And this is one of our coaches. He's a lecturer at the University of Ghana Business School, and he's one of the most outstanding lecturers because of his humanity sense of mind. He's Professor Mahmoud Abdullahi Mahmoud. So we're going to have the main session on instrument global anatomy, and it's going to be a very, very insightful one. So we'll just progress on points as we have the lecture with them. Hello, Madam Constantia, how are you doing? Please, this is right. So it's around time again to have it on the podium, and this is going to be something we need to watch daily. Last year, by this time, Ambassador Insia was here with Chief Dr. Sabo, and the wife is currently coming here. Dr. Sabo was also in Macau Campus National, and he will be remembered from all fronts of organization. It's going to be a pillar for organization. It's so good he passed away, but we're still holding tight. Today we have Ambassador Insia and Professor Mahmoud here, and it's going to be on the global anatomy. So first of all, we'll just proceed as we progress through the dialogue. So hello, Ambassador. Good afternoon. How are you doing, Ambassador?
Hi, everybody.
How are you doing, Ambassador? How are you doing?
I'm good.
Okay. It's always an honor to always have you on board. You are just not only a father to us, but you are more everything to us, and it's a privilege. You have time for freedom giants, and you also have time for every day, coaching us and serving us as a father to us. It's an honor time to have you once again on this podium. No, thanks, yeah.
Thank you.
We'll go to Professor Mahmoud. Hello, Professor Mahmoud. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Professor. It's also such an amazing time to have you on our podium because of who you are, because of the person, the man you are, and it's not taken for granted at all. We welcome you to the One African Dialogue and say, wow.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Mahmoud. Professor Mahmoud has always also been with us, and it's great to have him here on the podium. So it's going to be on the global anatomy, and we want to ask them our experts on where the world is going to, the different city in the world Yes, it's the question for you then. So, Pastor Mahmoud, I want to first of all ask you about the world. What is the world and all going to from?
Well, before I answer the question, let me first of all thank you for the opportunity for inviting me to this place, and then also sitting down and listening to the first session and the second session. I must say that there is hope in Africa. There is hope. Listening to you people here, I mean, the younger generation and the way you are thinking, we have hope in this African continent. Well, as to where the world is moving towards, I'm a lecturer. I'm also in the classroom. I've been in the classroom for almost 20 years. I'll say so. I started lecturing then in 2007. This means that I've interacted with a lot of people, those in the industry, and I engage with students all the time. I teach from undergrad to graduate level, or even PhD. So when I engage with people, clearly, the world is headed towards those who have prepared for it. You need to prepare. You need to prepare. You need to prepare for the world. As we all know, is becoming a globalized world, or it is already a globalized world, where technology is featuring so much. And it doesn't matter what level you are. It doesn't matter your age. You need to get involved. Technology is something that is at the center of everything. Now we sit here and we understand what is happening in all parts of the globe because of technology. So for me, this is something that we cannot run away from, no matter your age, whether the younger generation or the elderly generation, our generation. We cannot say that we should leave the technology for the young ones. We have to appreciate it. Let me give you one example why technology is the center of everything that we need to understand. I, being a student, undergraduate student, I wrote a long essay. And I went to the master's level, I wrote a thesis. I went to the PhD, I wrote a thesis. And those days, I could remember my undergrad, I have to be writing the long essay, giving it out for somebody to type it for me. Now today we have what we call the AI, artificial intelligence, where some students can even generate, the AI can generate the thesis for somebody to come and give it to you to read. Can you just imagine this? You are the supervisor. Somebody can use an AI to generate it for you to be sitting down to do. I mean, going through to map. So it tells you that the world is drifting towards where we all, no matter your age, it doesn't matter. Our big man here, he has to learn the technology to be able to cope with the level. After all, we are not going to leave you behind. But you want to be faster than us. And we also have to make sure that we don't allow you to do that. We should check you. We need to build you and build you well. Technology, as well known, has its merits and demerits. So the way you do it is that you will not be one book. You allow AI to generate your thesis for you. You didn't produce it yourself. It means that you will not be strong. You come in, I want you the degree and you don't really deserve it. That is the problem we have. So I believe, I know if you want to talk about generally all what we are here, I mean across the globe, is technology that is helping us to understand all this. And the world is coming to learn whatever is happening in all parts of the world, it affects us. And talking about this and related to some of the questions that were asked about the future of Africa in terms of governance, I'm afraid in that aspect, because Ghana, we seem to have a working document that is outdated for the past 20 or 2 years, or 30 something years. Ghana has been stable, but it's still the case for our neighboring countries. So that's why, the first session, when African future and level stability is something that's always worried about. Because yes, we have money to crack something for ourselves. I mean, maybe I'm digressing from your question, but going to that, Ghana, yes, we have a constitution that is working for us. Is it a case? It would be nice for the Côte d'Ivoire, for Togo, for Burkina Faso, for Niger, and other places, we have a document that's working for everybody, and then we are safe. But we are not safe. You can see the influx in our country today. You can see what's happening within the security. So I think that was a question that was asked earlier on. So many things are happening at the global level. We can discuss them. Technically, also specific. But let me exactly. Please just
no. And this is going to be just a versatile dialogue. Who's going to have diverse minds, all leading to how Africa needs to thrive. We've had Dr. Mahmoud say that the world is now economical based. And that means that if you have to progress, you have to get an end, you have to get a successful end. And there must be a means. And he's saying we must thrive on the economical era. We go to Ambassador Christopher Etienne. This is an afternoon. This is over here. We ask you. His voice is the will. Also go into Ambassador.
You asked me this question when I was young and very.
Hello? Yeah, if you asked me this question years ago when I was a young undergraduate, I gave you a very simple answer because I thought I was in a place where I was going to change the world. Now I'm kind of experienced a lot of life and seen the real life. As a young person. The correct answer for me is I don't know. I just don't know because as the book said, there's so many variables. There's so many variables in the life we live now. Young now are a lot smarter than a lot of us older people, even though culturally they were not accepted. Culturally, we older people think we should automatically be smarter than the younger people. But that's rubbish. It's not true. Sometimes it's true because some of you people are just bold as anyway. So, but there's so many variables, there's so many things happening in the world at the same time. Different countries have got different problems, different regions within the same country have got different or similar problems. We can learn from each other. Young people can learn from what the older people fail to capitalize on and didn't do well and change things that way. But as of the result, currently, I don't know where you were now. I didn't think I couldn't have predicted my character life when I was in London University. Couldn't have. One of the times I think back, I've tried some of the things I used to think, and it's not really where I am because I was truly going to think well. Yeah. So the future is in your hands. You're the young people, and I've got a great ability for young people because when I was young, I was very realistic, and I think that's the way it should be. When I meet students, like university students who say they're not political, if you're not political when you're young, what are you going to be? because you must get involved. It doesn't matter what your political views are, you must get involved with what's happening around you. So that's the only way you can make a difference in the future. Otherwise, you just have to shut up. Other people will do it for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from what Ambassador was saying, and from what Mamu was also saying, you can tell that we need to really fight for our future. They are all trying to lay on the paradigm for us to fight for our future. He's saying we need to use technology, and he's seeing a need for, he's saying technology is one of the ways people can drive, and technology is one of the keys for a possible future. Show that it's difficult in the system now, and that's why he's providing the need which we can drive, especially young ones. And Pastor Antia also saying that basically he doesn't know where the world is going to, that it's going to be a very hard world in the future. And he said how he wanted to be what he wanted to be, and we're a little bit shit folks. That means that we need to be very careful. That's why we have them here today to give us insights. And the first thing to ask to them is that with where the world is going to, how can we be able to build a balanced world in the midst of diverse attitudes, diverse cultures that will try to dictate to us how we should live our lives? We go to understand.
I think one thing I can give the human condition is that human beings are very smart. Human beings have got intelligence. Human beings have the ability to study their own environment and make positive changes. Sometimes we make disastrous things, but generally, human beings, because of our intelligence, we are able to look at our environment and decide which way we're going to move forward in terms of political systems, in terms of policies that we accept from our politicians. That's why we vote. Because we're intelligent, we are able to select people that we think will put policies that will help us. Everybody, human beings, we love being selfish. Most human beings will behave in a way that will protect their interest. And in selecting self-interest, I mean, when you go to the baker to buy bread, they don't give you the bread because it feels sorry for you. They give you the bread because you give them money. They want you. You want the bread. You do like it as a thing. And because of that self-interest, most people end up selecting. That's President and the Democrat. So I kind of aspire to systems that allow the citizens to choose. Systems that don't presume that the leaders only know less than what the leaders decide for us. They let the citizens choose. The citizens make the choices of what they want. Because human beings do and learn if you get better. Say once the thing action. If you do something wrong, hopefully we learn. There are few, psychopathic individuals amongst us. There's few people are perfect. But generally, most of us learn. We learn from our mistakes, confronted with an efficient system, most of us will be efficient. There are lots of Africans who don't seem to know the left from the right. But once they move abroad, like Europe, America, or whatever, because there are systems that are working, they visit there and they're home. I think people who sometimes don't say, like, some of us will look at athletes abroad and you say, I work in the school, we're talking to why? Because there's a system. There's a system that you find a niche,
You are in there, within a few years, you find yourself, maybe the first couple of years you get cost a little bit, but within, reasonable time, you are in there operating as a human being, and you find some of your schoolmates, they go abroad, a few years, they come back and they are very happy. And it's because they move into a kind of working system, and they find that they operate, and they come back, big success. So human beings will do that. And I think, as young people, you should learn from us, especially learn from our mistakes. The things that we've done that don't work, don't do it. Just try something else. You're human. Just try something. If it doesn't work, that's one mistake. It doesn't matter. But you have to try the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To answer this question, let me use the consumer behavior theory that says that consumers always have some common things that they need in the product, but there are differences. As we all see in this room, if we have a product, we will have a common thing that we need in that product, and then there are some differences we also have. So if we take the world together, it will be difficult for you to have the whole world having the same preference. There are differences: Africa, Europe, North America, South America, the Asia. There will be differences, and there will be some common things that we all yearn for. Let me say, one of the things that the whole world is yearning for is peace. Everybody wants what? Peace. Without peace, you cannot do anything. Nobody can develop. No nation can develop if there's no peace. So these are some of the common things that we need. We need stability in everything. Stability in all aspects. Our economic business, the technology, or whatever, our environment. The destruction of the environment, we don't want it. We need some type of stability. So peace is a key ingredient for the whole world. But what I would say across the globe, watching the international media and so forth, you realize that leadership is in crisis. Leadership is not letting the younger ones to have trust in them. I'm saying this because before Russia invaded Ukraine, Putin would always say he don't intend to do that. And the United Nations was there. There were some kind of round table meetings. He said, no way, eventually they were there. And now, because we live in an integrated world, whatever happens elsewhere, you're going to get a great effect. Yes. We are not going to be immune from that. So for me, the whole world will need peace. But then, justice must prevail. Justice must prevail for us to be able to enjoy that peace that we need, so that it will affect in every aspect of our lives. The quality of life we want to have, the kind of programs and services that we want to enjoy, as well can when we have the peace of mind. Africa today is totally destroyed. And where is the leadership? Why are they sitting down? We say we must all be part of it. We shouldn't be sitting down. Why were they sitting down when they were destroying certain parts of Africa today? 7 African countries have faced this today. Are we aware or not? Yes. We are all aware. Why people don't say anything about it? Why? Why was the silence? So, for me, yes, it's an integrated world today where there are some differences in terms of what we need. And I will say that our environment are not endowed in the same manner. Some are well endowed because of where God literally has placed them, and others are less endowed. And I want our guests who said The piano has what? White and black keynotes. So whichever part of the world is giving some aspect, and you are giving the other aspect, we all need to play together to make sure that we have a beautiful world. So let us reject the peace that we all need. It's a common denominator. And also the issue of justice must be something which we all talk about. Sometimes we cover things, we don't really want to, say the truth. Why would only South Africa be championing for the Gaza issue? Because why only South Africa? And why not the whole of Africa? What kind of hypocrisy? What are we afraid of? Because of the donor issues, if we fail to do this, you will not. Why should we? Why should we? I think there are so many issues that we need in this world. And the issue of peace. Peace is everything everybody needs. Everybody is yearning for peace. The developing world, we are all yearning for that. But how can we ensure that there's peace? Then we have to ensure that there's also what? Justice. Without justice, you will never get the peace. Thank you.
Definitely how Chief Salon's wife here with their family. I just please tell them not let them feel comfortable as they are coming. Hello, mommy. Good afternoon. How are you doing? Mom is Chief Salon's wife. And as we all know, Chief was a father to us. And in African Wars International, Chief name is going to serve as a model and framework in the organization because of what he made. We all know what he said. You know, some of the quotes we see every time. He said, every African country, was good, except Ethiopia. Why? They resisted. He spoke to us about the need of resistance. And Tommy has always been the most talking about him. And we don't want to go deep. First of all, we want to express our strength to her, to stand strong with her in our hope. We want to give her the word to tell her to tell us something. Before we proceed, Chief Sako was supposed to be in the midst of Professor Mahmoud, an ambassador. He's here today. But he is resting and he says we should continue. And we want to give it to our dear mom as she puts coming back for her as. Mommy says she doesn't want to go deep because of how she feels. Honestly speaking, I've been with mommy before whereby we were talking about she started crying. And it would have been a scar if we came here without honoring him. That's why we need to do so. It would have been a curse on us if we had our next program and didn't honor Chief Samuel. That's why we're giving it of much respect. So mommy says first was also speaking three whilst I was doing some translations if we there. So I'm talk. we are doing this to let them know how we treasure Jesus Lord. And the different aspects and the impact that he had. Yes, and it's just a pain to know that Jesus Lord has passed. It wouldn't mean it's just a pain. It's just a pain. He was always with us at every point in time. And we went to the department, we just speak to him and said that passed away. And may his soul rest in peace. So that was just it. And we are on the main dialogue for today as Pastor Mahmoud was talking about peace and justice. And we want to first of all ask Pastor Antia also with what Pastor Mahmoud said. Because Pastor Mahmoud said something very touching. He tread on a very, very dangerous path. I'm saying dangerous because people don't want to correlate with that. And they see it as a threat. They see you as a threat if you are trying to correlate with that path. And that's the truth. And we want to know how we can be the steps we can take to ensure the peace we want, regardless of equivalent, inferior in this, unearthly world we find ourselves in.
I think we're talking more psychology than sociology here. Yeah, I think we're talking more psychology than sociology because human beings operate according to their interests. When somebody sees you, just because you're smiling, it doesn't mean they should smile. You don't know where they came from. You don't know what they've been through just before you met them. On the other hand, just because the person is smiling doesn't mean they're happy. They probably, some people, when they are delirious, they are fighting. So it's like trying to decide. So when we're talking about actually human behavior, it's very, very complex, and you cannot prescribe. You cannot say, if I'm happy, I'm going to do this, so everybody is going to do that because they're happy. When you see somebody smile and you haven't done anything for them to smile, I think if you only want to get a talk, you have to focus because you don't know why it's happening. Yeah. You want to find out why it's happening or go ahead then they might be. But as humans, our behaviors are complex. Anytime we try and establish some kind of norms within a group, that's all the negative that is wrong. We know that human beings are deviant as well. So whatever you do, some people will try and break the rules. That's why you have sanctions. Any kind of rule you have sanctions if people don't play that. Because we actually have rules to regulate our behavior, so we all behave in a very civil manner, and everybody is happy with each other. But as humans, people say even in prison, people steal, even though they are in prison, you are apprehended, in jail. If you don't look after the staff in jail, you still be stolen. It's a human, very complex. And you cannot just regulate human behavior just by putting in laws. You put in laws, you must think of enforcement, you must think of sanctions, just to make it work. That's human beings for you.
Thank you, Pastor. But as you said, we have to, you please turn on the path. And as we're speaking, you came in on the frontier where you said you must be careful of both positions because the fact that someone is coming to you and not being here is for you. And people even have a very, very adverse scheme ahead of that. And that's for you to be careful. And that portrays in our sense how even when we see this world we find ourselves in, when we see how all these continental markets decide to be very generous to Africa, they rather at the end keep us as their subordinates. And you just think about it and you just realize this world is a very risky right from the introduction of the proposed institutions to the Washington Consensus, to the Washington Consensus. Everything that has been done at the end, even for the 2000s, and whereby there were illegal brutalities, that the Washington Consensus, still at the end, they have to press in their brutalities at the end, which displays us. And we want to do this, like, go on and bring this question to Boston and ask the effects of an unbalanced world that we see. The effects of an unbalanced world we have within people in Africa. An unbalanced world in the sense that whereby in terms of development, there is an unbalanced in how things are due to the kind of proposals that other continents want to have over us in the quest of nature smile with us, yet see our downfall. What is your word to apologize on the look at we go on a dangerous path? This path is very dangerous. And what's your word to us on how we need to still push on for the rest of us seeing an unbalanced world, which will need to be always be violated and be taken captive of if we see that analogy.
Thanks so much. A world whereby people support you, and at the end of the day, they are the very people who will bring you down. Let me say, Americans have said they have permanent interests, but they don't have what? Permanent friends. Is that it? Yes. So they can also have permanent interest for Africa, although we don't have one. We can have, yes, permanent interest, not necessarily having permanent friends. Because doing to us and dictating to us, I don't think is the best way. We should also chart our own path. Nothing should stop us from whatever God has given us the talents. Whatever that we can develop, we should also, nobody should stop us from also developing in all aspects of life. We shouldn't remain producing for the raw materials for the West to process. We must also go ahead. We have the talent. We are giving equal opportunity. So whatever the factories that we need to establish there, we must establish them. If we need to produce the vehicles here, we must produce them. Nobody should stop us from doing that. We need to invest in our own. We need to invest in our own people. We need to invest in our capacity. Once we can do it, and it's a matter of communicating this to the globe. If you position yourself very well, if you position yourself to the world that you are capable of doing this, the world will respect you. And how you communicate to the world, how you position yourself to the world, that's how they can also afford you. If you say you can only do raw materials, and that's how you position Africa forward, and you are meant for exploitation to come and take the raw material, that's how the world will see you. But if you reposition yourself, and when you talk of positioning, it has to do with working on the mindsets of the people. You work on the mind, not on your products, but the mindsets of the world. So that the world sees Africa, it's not a place to joke, it's a place to do business. Nobody can come and walk over there. This is what we need to do for me, my simple and humble salvation. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Just said something that's these are things that need life, that need the money to sustain is just enormous. The money to hear such golden knowledge is just enormous. But here they are giving us their time to tell us that we need to check our own course. That's why we have this type of, for us to know that the future is a dangerous one. We go to our minds here, and we also want to see with what Pastor has said, our own course. And how we can also add to that and look at the things we have, how we can address all of them.
Even in plagiarizing, say, things. That's what we're doing. We're copying these people all the time. And we're not doing anything original. You know, once we start doing original stuff, they will be copying us. So that's what we have to do. We need to start. We need to stop all this unnecessary copying, because people are doing certain things in Europe or in America with them to be great to do it in Africa. And once it's done, it's just a matter of time, everybody just comes on to it and start copying. We need to look elsewhere. I kind of advocated in Ghana, for example, in primary schools, the way we make English, the English language compulsory. I don't think it's necessary. I think every region should have their own dialects as compulsory from when you start. If you are able to work out Pythagoras in Ghana, anyway, just take it out. You know, rather than working it out with someone else's language. So, I'm not saying we should abolish English language. English language will be something that will be one of the subjects. But our own dialect from the beginning should be compulsory. You know, I can't read and write tree. And yeah, you know, when I speak English with people, they think, oh, you're okay. I'm not talking. Oh, I should be able to read and write. You know? And these are basic things that if we start with our youngsters from elementary school to say, you know, vernacular is compulsory, our children will grow up with a certain confidence that we don't see right now. Right now, we are giving the credence to foreign languages. You know, our children come home and they are speaking English, and we think, you're doing very well. You know, your own children, you speak to them in your own language and they speak English back to you. I think that's wrong. You know, and that's the kind of basis, that's the kind of confidence we're not giving our children when they get to university. And now they're trying to make the transition because they got all radical and all that when I get back. It's too late. You know, it's too late. The thinking has already been hijacked. They think in English first and then convert it into vernacular. And then when they speak, it doesn't sound. You know, think about it. So I would make vernacular compulsory for the primary school, just like people there, and see how that goes. But if you give us the confidence in thinking, when we are thinking, we'll be thinking in our own language. We will be thinking in a foreign language to convert it. That's what I stand for.
Thank you. It's just so just amazing that it's just sometimes we just don't get the system. Because as I was exactly saying, we've been trained in different languages. We have very phenomenal educationists like Professor Mahmoud, who's just doing enormous things in breaking books and they students all over, not only in the University of Ghana, he goes to the northern region, Mediterranean region, all of that. Yes, but we are bringing them in different languages. So how I also bring English, and I take English as my own English because I come from an obsessed English. But I take that to even be part of me. We want to, this dialogue is towards an intellectual dialogue, which as we are speaking to about this, and let us know how we are under subjugation, let us know what we should do with our higher system. You know, it's deeper and deeper, and that's how we must resonate what they are saying. We want to go with them with our time and let them give us insights on how they want Africa to be in the next decade and their message for beyond giants. So we'll go with some.
I think I want to see Africa to be a prosperous have United States of what? America. They have put their states together. And so you see the north is where everybody wants to run to. Why are we not running to the south? I was asking my class this week, why are people not interested in going to the south? The Brazil, the Chile, and the rest, simply because they are separated, they are not united. So if Africa is united, I think we'll be fine. This is the message I want to give. The issue of benchmarking is so important for Africa. And I will say, what the Chinese did to the West and the world economy shifts in terms of economic powers, you know, the global economic change, nobody expected China to be doing well, but they are not, they are doing so well. Because I will tell it, benchmarking is something that we all need to do. Africa, we need to benchmark. And benchmarking, it can be a competitive tool, it can also be a what? A collaborative tool. Benchmarking, we can benchmark as Africa. And when I say benchmark, you see, the world has gotten to a place whereby you don't need to sit down and be crying. The competition will come to your doorstep. If you don't go to the other person, he or she will come to you. So you have no choice. So the best is to benchmark. The Chinese come here, they pick our kente to China, and then they are producing kente in China. Why can't we also go to China and bring and produce here? That's what I call benchmarking. We need to benchmark each other. Look, we should be able to benchmark. We shouldn't call it copy. I see, look, if you can do it and survive, do it and survive. We live in the globalized world today. Whether you like it or not, the world has already been globalized. We don't have an aircraft running in Ghana today because we are now there at the global level. When we used to have Ghana Airways, where it was restricted, there was no competition. Now it's open. The world is open for business. Even ECOWAS alone can kill businesses here if you don't sit down. ECOWAS, firms have no control about what the government will do. Government will go into this kind of bilateral and multilateral relationship. We belong to the ECOWAS Union. And whether we like it or not, there will be free movement of goods and services. People will also move across. It's not going to be 30 million people here. It's going to be 450 million across West Africa doing business. So if you're a businessman and you are thinking of 30 million, somebody is thinking of 450 million across the West African sub-region. So I see Africa doing very well. It has started gradually. I can't talk about the after. And Africa will be united. I'm telling you, in the future, Africa is going to be united. Whether we like it or not. And it's going to be through business. Today you see Nigerians, Burkinabes, Ivorians, Nigerians walking on our street. You know it. And they're also going there. Before we realize, we are going to go to the east, to the north, to the south. We are cutting across the whole of Africa. So Africa is going to be united too. Economic, not politicians. For the politicians, they have failures for them. But the people themselves will do trade. And Africa will become a common place. Will become a nation. It will not be a continent. And that is what I see Africa in the future to come. As I sit here, I have brothers from Somalia who live at my end. And when I met them for the first time, we were able to relate. Today they are brothers. They didn't come in here. I gave somebody, he said he was going for some diploma course. He's doing their programs at the University of Ghana. But they are doing other things alongside. They are brothers. They are here. We are together. They are doing things like this. If you cut them, the same blood will come out. We are the same people. Africa will be united, and it is going to be true commerce. And at the end of the day, we will be one nation or one continent. As I sit here and work for South Africa, or I work any part of Africa I work for when work is sent to me. So we are going to be to be bright for Africa. It's a matter of time. There will be challenges. If we can look at eco is not been able to mature. When I talk of eco, you know what I was talking about. There was going to be a currency where we can spend within the West African Sovereign. It has been so difficult, but it's a matter of time. All these things will be realized. Africa can even have a common currency where we can trade around ourselves, and through trade that we can bond. And the politicians mounting podiums and other things, doing all their political talks, that will take some time to come. I'm not saying they are not good, they are good, but business is the way forward for Africa. Thank you very much.
Afterwards on Africa and the next 10 years before we end.
It's a big question. Africa in the next 10 years. I think let me just stick to them because it gets too complicated. I think in the next 10 years, instead of phones, I'm going to have a vision for you. I throw the challenge to you that you are a young guy. You have your visions for the next 10 years. Stick and you can realize it. Whatever you want for yourself, that's what I want for yourself. Thank you.
They all spoke about the unification of Africa and also the prosperity of Africa. And it is going to happen, and we must be very radical in seeing that this happens through our cross-growth. We don't talk much, but they said those key things that, will be taken note of and made as quotes, for we to read everybody in time. If you go through the recordings and you have done, you able to get those tidbits. So it's possible for Africa and African to be able to do it if we play our efforts and lead to our true sovereignty. So time will end here. I want to say a very, very big thank you to Professor Mahmoud and Mr. Alexander Akenbacha. He just sent a message apologizing and said that he just came up and needed to his absence this afternoon. And we also want to thank him for that. I want to thank our speakers for the insight that you've given to us. We need your backing as to how to develop. We need your need to be mentioned by you as to how we should go in time. It's been an honor having you on this session. We know next year is going to be a more phenomenal one. Again, with all our speakers, including our Science and Professor Mahmoud again on the same pedestal. So watch them out for next year. I want to say a big thank you as we wrap up on time and finish quickly because of how we spend time. Also because we also came late. I want to say thank you to Professor Mahmoud and our Science for this insight, and we end the dialogue. Thank you very much.
We are not because of time. I think we start for another time. And we have to at least take a bit of relief by just finding ourselves around there. But as we do so, I would indulge you to assist me in welcoming a freedom giant, Kappa Race, with hands for coming. Ago. Unity is strength. Unity the same strength, and I'm very much happy to be here. Within the
doing this for long, and we are going to do it again. So let's cheer up. Together is always beautiful. Please, let's go. Are you ready for more? This is the tip of the iceberg. Are you ready for more? Let's do it. Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? Let's go. The name is Capato. Capato, wait. So if I say Capato, he said wait. Are we ready? Capato. 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 So much. And the very short message I have is that we are going to the pole very soon. The second song spoke about unity. Unity. Our forefathers connected wise ideas and fought vehemently together and won for us the freedom that we are enjoying today. Take a look back here, some few years back, they did not have the luxury, the modern technology, and all that we are enjoying today. Yet they were able to do greater things to liberate us from slavery. So today, if we have all these things, what can we boast of? So we are going to the polls. We are going to vote for peace. And don't let anybody manipulate you into rioting just because of his personal interest or reasons. Because at the end of the day, you are seen with a group, but when a problem comes down now, it will boil down to the individual in question. And always remember that you are a hero in your family. You know, before you were born, about millions of stems were released. You became victorious by fertilizing and then becoming the product of conception. So you are victorious each and every day. So let's apply it and then and do it. I love you all. We love you. We love you. And we are sure that you know the promise. Everybody is happy now. Initially, before the performance, many of us were learning. I think now our learningness is ameliorate. Anyway, so we'll be taking pictures very soon. But before that comes up, I think about a few minutes presentation from our brother Joe from Uganda. Let's welcome to the very good. Very welcome. Go to fix that video. Thank you.
The President of African Voices International, fellow Africans, and fellow global citizens. A long time ago,
I want them to fix that place so that I can move. It's not recording. It's not recording.
so we're good now. You can hear me. Your Excellency, the President of Accra Technical University International, fellow Africans and fellow global citizens. After listening to the elders, I asked myself one more can I add? But, another reason says, a child who washes his hands can give to the elders. So I will give with elders. My hands are clean. A long time ago, in a high school in Northern Uganda, there was a strike. The students were striking because of the bad politics in the school. So they arrested a teacher. The teacher used to beat them a lot. So when they arrested the teacher, they were carrying him and taking him to a place which was unknown. The teacher asked a question. Where are we going? And the students told him, don't worry. You will understand as we go. So they went with the teacher. As they moved, he kept on asking the question, but where are we going? Where are we going? The same answer came. You shall find out as you go. Today as Africans, we ask the same question. Where are we going? As the African race. This same question was on the mind of Public Roman when he was fighting to liberate Africa. The same question was on the mind of Patrice Lumumba when he was fighting for the independence of DRC. The same question was in the mind of Julius Nyerere when he was fighting to liberate Tanzania. The same question is on our mind today. We should be aware of the wisdom that says, if you do not understand where the lady started teaching you, then you never understand where you get from. So, before we answer where we are going, we must ask, where did we come from? Let's answer. When we know where we came from, then we can know where we are. Then we can design where we are going. When you open the pages of history, you will read that we were, at one point, commodified and sold in slavery. Then we were colonized. Our languages were colonized. Our culture was colonized. Our food was colonized. And our minds were colonized. And then there came a time when we fought for independence. We fought for true independence. But we got flood independence. So that without the flood, we are not free. Actually, those who fought for independence, they knew they were fighting for true independence. But something happened which can best be understood using this story. There was a hunter who went to hunt a lion. He went to the bush to kill a lion that was disturbing people in his village. Along the way, this hunter met an antelope. And he killed the antelope. After killing the antelope, he threw his tools away and started celebrating, dancing, jumping around. He forgot that he left home to kill the lion. So while I was jumping and celebrating killing the antelope, the lion heard the noise. The lion was hungry, looking for something to eat. So the hunter was busy making noise and celebrating killing the antelope. The lion came and ate the hunter. So the hunter became the hunter. This is what happened to those who fought for independence. Most of them. They got fought independence. And they got used to power. They forgot that they went home to fight for real independence. So that when they met in Addis Ababa in 1963, When Papa told them, let us live here as one Africa, with one army, one capital, they did not listen to him. Because they forgot that they were supposed to hunt the lion. So they became the hunter. When Judas Iscariot was speaking here in Ghana, he said, they were sorry to come back home because they did not listen to him. So he was anointed, and they were supposed to fight and kill the lion, and they were happy with that. So where are we today? Where is Africa today? You understand where Africa is today? I tell you this story. There was a man, imagine, a businessman, who loved gold so much. He wanted gold so much that he couldn't even eat. So he sold his land, the only thing he had. He sold his land, all his land, got the money, and went looking for gold. He was told that somewhere along the coast, they were mining gold. So when he went there, he was struggling to get gold. He couldn't easily get it. Now the man who bought his land bought the land for his animals. He bought the land for his animals, to bring his animals to the land. So one day during the dry season, there was no water for the animals. So the man asked his workers to dig the well to get water for the animals. So as the workers were digging, they found something yellowish in the cup they had never seen before. Something funny. So they went and told the man, come and smoke the honey. The man said, I don't need any soda, I need water. Go back and dig. They went back and continued digging. The more they dug, the more they found the yellowy substance. They went back and told the man, come and see. The things are too much. So the man came and saw. And they were funny. You have never seen them before. It was discovered that those yellowy substances were gold. So that the largest deposit of gold in that country was from the land that man sold. So the man sold his land with the gold he wanted and went looking for gold. He never found gold where he went. He sold the newspapers, the story of this man who found gold. On the front pages, man discovers gold accidentally. The word accidentally was in rain. So that man saw the newspapers and bought the papers. Desperate to know where that gold was found. When he discovered that the gold was found in the land he sold, he fell down and died. We are trying to understand where Africa is today. That man who sold his land represents many Africans today. As I move across Africa, this is exactly what I see happening. We are selling the land. The land. The land represents what we have. The minerals, the raw materials, everything we have. Especially in Africa. This week I was at the British Council, attending Abu Dhabi, and I saw something that shocked me. I found young Africans, and I think they are got visas to go to the UK. The way they were dancing, they are celebrating, getting the visa. I asked one of them, why so happy? Egyptian. He said, I've been chasing this visa for 5 years. I finally got it. Finally, I'm leaving now. I asked her, when do you think you will come back to Ghana? She said, don't ask me that question. Don't ask. After leaving here, who wants to come back to heaven? That was the answer. So, to her, Ghana is heaven. This is the story of many young Africans today. In 2022, I was in Burundi, and I saw a Kenyan lady. I met her at the US Embassy. She was denied the visa, and she was weeping and crying like a little baby. get the visa in Kenya. She went to Uganda, she didn't get it. Our only hope was that she would get to the group. Now she didn't get it. So she was crying and wailing like a little baby. I asked her, what is wrong with Kenya? What? Because when I was going to Burundi, I found a profession. On the same plane, there were Chinese who landed in Kenya. They were so happy. They were so happy to land in Kenya. I've never seen people happy like that. The way they were taking photos when they landed, as if they are landed at home. This is the Africa we are saying to those who see the world that we cannot see. We can make a difference as an African. We can redefine where Africa will go. You know, I love reading African literature. And I was reading things for apart, but you know I check it. It's a book I love. In the book, you know, you post this phenomenal question. Where are the young suckers that rise when the old monarchies die? Where are the young suckers that should rise when the old monarchies die? We are the young suckers. I mentioned this in some forum and somebody told me the old monarchies are refused to die, so what do we do? They are not dying. Should we kill them? We don't rise by killing people. We don't rise by bringing people down. We don't rise by fighting other people. So it's our time to rise and make meaningful contribution to the struggle to build. There was another government, still in Burundi, when I was leaving the country. I think that God finally got a chance to leave Burundi. When we were going to go to the plane, the guy looked at the plane, she turned back and looked at the airport, she looked up, and she knelt down and cried, praying, thanking God. Finally, she leaving Burundi, crying and thanking God. So I sat with this girl in the plane and asked her, where are you going? He said he's going to China. I said, to do what? To what? To do what? Sir? He said he's going to work in a restaurant. I said, then why were you crying? He said, you don't understand how Burundi is. You don't understand. Let me not talk about it. I said, but I was in the country for 16 days. I saw opportunities to build the country. So you never understand. You never understand. This is the story. It's start young. So we must redesign where we want to live. You see, we live in an Africa where we live by chance and die by design. We live by chance and die by design. I look forward to an Africa in which we will live by design and die by chance. If you look at what happens in every sector, in every African country, when they steal money meant for building schools, we are designing our death. When we steal money meant for building hospitals, we are designing our death. When we steal money meant for agriculture, we are designing our death. So that we are contributing to designing our own death. Of course, there are outside forces that keep meeting, they keep meeting to design our death as well. So we must keep meeting to design our life as well. There are people meeting somewhere to design our death, to depopulate the world, so that they can get land to travel. The agenda is so serious, So that in the next 25 years, if they're not careful, we will not have land for our own people. In Africa. So where are we going? Where are we going? As Africa. In ancient Greece, the Greeks classified people in the three groups. Listen carefully and examine yourself to see where you belong. According to the ancient Greeks, there were three kinds of people. They believed that in order for you to make any meaningful contribution to your society, you must understand your role. So according to them, there were idiots, there were tribesmen, and there were citizens. Who were the idiots according to the Greeks? They were not necessarily stupid people, no. They were people who were self-centered, who are selfish, who only care about themselves. Everything me. They don't care about the society. They are not responsible for anyone else in the society. So that when they go to they steal money for themselves. They enrich themselves. They fill their basket first. Those are the idiots. Then there are the tribesmen. These are not necessarily people who belong to any ethnic group, no. There's nothing wrong with belonging to an ethnic group. But these are people who belong to a clique, or a side, or a political party, or a religious affiliation. So that any view, any belief, any idea, which is not in line with what they believe in their group, they fight it. So that they are always right in their group. Anyone else who does not belong to their group is an enemy. And they fight. Those are the tribesmen. They will fight to protect their tribe, those groups to whom they belong. To them, they will fight to protect their tribe. Even if they have to destroy other people, they will do it. They are the citizens. These are the real people. These are people who sacrifice for others in a way. They can lay down their lives for others. When they are in offices, they don't steal. They use resources as they are meant to be used. These are citizens, people who build a society. So the simple question to you is, are you a citizen? Are you a tribesman? Or are you a self-centered, selfish being? This is what I want. If we must design the future of Africa, then we can only do that as citizens. We can never do that as idiots and tribesmen. When you look at any sector in your country, you will see the number of idiots and tribesmen is amazing. It's amazing. Given a chance, they can bring down a great country which needs. They can destroy things achieved in 20 years in one. It's happening in my country. It's happening here. It's happening in most of the countries. So we are the leaders that we seek. We are the change makers we seek. The time is now to make our contribution. I met a farmer here who inspired me a lot. He's farming African grass, delicious animals for which people burn forests to hunt in my village. So this man said he is going to make this contribution to building Africa through farming. So he's going around praying farmers, teaching them with one goal: to be self-reliant through agriculture. You tell me, which African country today is not a net importer of food? Not one. Not one. There is no African country that feeds herself today. So that's what that farmer is doing. He's hungry. In which area will you make a contribution? Maybe rice and eat Africa to the promised land. The struggle is like a relay race. I love watching a relay race. You run with the baton and hand it over to the next one. But you are not successful until every member of your team succeeds. That's how we're supposed to fight with the brain. First, we need to develop our mind. When the Rex singer was here, he played a song by Bob Marley. I love that song. In the song, Bob Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. The question then becomes, are we mentally free? Are we mentally free? Are we free in the mind? Because if you're not free in the mind, then you can never go to freedom. I picture Africa like a bird which is in a cage. The bird was arrested and put in a cage, caught and put in a cage. And the cage was locked up. So the bird was traveling in the cage for freedom. Until there came a time when the bird stopped struggling and got used to the condition in the cage. A time came when the cage was open, a strong wind blew and opened the cage. But the bird never came up because the bird was already used to the condition in the cage. This is how many Africans are today. We were enslaved, but today the cage is open. But we have not moved out of the cage. So move out of the cage, move out and free yourself. So let us run with the baton and run well. Let us nurture those who should take over from us. I believe we can transform Africa and we can build the Africa we want. The onus is on us, young Africans. If we don't do the work, nobody will come from any place and build Africa for us. Nobody. The Chinese know this. I met a young Chinese boy in Athens, in Greece. And when I meet these people, I'm not very curious. I want to talk to them and understand their mind. So this boy said, the phone you're using to take photos, that phone was made by interns in China. Our interns, students who are interning, they make those phones. So what are you making here in Africa? That is impossible. Such stuff. We can make a difference. So may we go back to them, knowing in our hands lies the future of Africa. Let us be citizens who will bring in the arena of action. Because sometimes we talk like this and we stop it. Beyond the rhetoric, what do? We must act. Because the Africa we want will not be built by singing, but by swinging into action. So what actions are we going to take? Lumila, thank you very much.
Joe from Uganda. Effectively, he had a lot to say, but he's being terrorized by time. And that is the reason for which he hasn't tried to get to this initiative. There will be more time that he will come and give us more. We promise on the show that we will give him yeah, then good to so now time is fast spent. We are to close by now. So I will invite
President Mohammed. But as it comes, there will be a paper from the church to the other, and you have to write your name and then your contact on that. And then also, Kapato Race, I think it's available. So if you are organizing a program where you think the service will be needed, all you need to do is to contact Isaac and you will get in. So thank you so much.
Just energetic. You know, we passed time. Let's start with energy. I want to first of all thank everyone for being part of the program, for contribution in one way or the other for the program. And we are very excited for everything that has happened today. And this will serve as a message for us. This program is supposed to serve as a message, to our agenda for next year. We are in very short. Because of our time, we'll be energetic. This year, 2024, was our year of freedom. What was this year? Our year of ascendancy. Great. These are for now, we are going to a particular year in 2025. It's going to be a very, very, very dangerous year. We've got to the thick and things and with arrows. And it's going to be very, 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 very serious in this 2025 year. It's going to be very serious. It's going to be more serious. It's going to be more deadly. More deadly. If you see things in 2024, you thought it was just more dangerous. It's going to be the worst in 2025. Even though with arrows for a reason. With our growth so that we can be able to defend our freedom. If you have been gotten, not be taken. If you are a freedom giant, you are called for a purpose. You are called for a particular reason and a particular honors on you. People are just in your position for nothing. If some people go to the hospital, they feel they are sick. Just think for 2.5 minutes of entry. Just how the doctor behaves with them. Makes them feel recovered. They don't really track. People go to the bank, they want to go and withdraw money. Just how the doctor behaves with them, that's it. You are called for purpose in the job that you were given. And you must make maximum effort at that purpose. It's not honest. As a giant, you must be aware of that. Now, in this year of 2025, because of our time, we will announce that in our reports that we have. You will see that, of course. This year, 2025, that we are going in, is a dangerous year, as I told you. Africa has been in shambles, and this time, we must fight for our sovereignty. We must fight for that indeed we are Africans. And the year 2025 is our year of defense. Year of defense. If you don't defend what is for you, you come back, you'll be worse. So that freedom that you have is for a reason. Defend it. And that defense has our 4 elements. I'll just mention one. I'll keep going, just 30 seconds. 1 minute, okay. One is cooperation. We have to cooperate with each other. Cooperation will be a vital element of your defense. It's going to be a very, very, very symbolic condition of your defense. Most of the times we see neighboring countries, dying. We see people there dying. What are other countries doing for them? If we want to save our continent, there must be cross cooperation to eliminate our exploitation, to eliminate our identity of Africa, to eliminate our identity of Africa, to eliminate the identity by foreigners against Africa. We must cooperate very well. Freedom Giants Lazarus is here for a reason. This cooperation has led to gross things in Africa. Two, we must be vigilant. Vigilance is important because we are going to come very, very, very on dangerous paths. So we are very vigilant. Three, we must be protectionism. We must protect ourselves very well. Freedom Giants. Because of our time flow, we will let you all have this in our subsequent, you will see reports on that. But this year is your year of defense. I'm talking about being vigilant, about protectionism and cooperation. let us take this and also have, as we end, I want us all to know that African Gospel does a lot. We do a lot that you people know about, and I want us all to be involved in at least contributing towards what goes on. Because we don't pay dues, everything is voluntary, and we have just a few sort of people who have been volunteering towards this cause. This year, we find about 4 main stakeholders who have been involved in this cause. Freedom Giant David Hello. First of all, I want to Valencia, let's start with him. Freedom Giant David Hello in America. Honorable Ado, who is the head of the Tertiary Laboratory, and he said he was absent due to something which he apologized for. We just have about 4 people, and we need to be volunteers. So please make sure that you get our bank accounts and you volunteer towards the cause. We are going to end with a closing prayer. We will end. But I want Honorable Approach before we end to just kindly bring the certificate that we have for those who are playing very phenomenal roles before we end. That is a very important part of the course before we end. And we take pictures. Everyone needs to be part of it before we end. So our ambassador will present the certificates, then we just end. We just end fly to your house. Yes. So another opportunity can break the certificates within a jiffy, and we are going to have people for various things they've done. And to first for Ambassador Asia, stay as the honest and big people. Yes. So, so if you just call, if you are here, we just call in, we just take the certificate. NCC has played a very critical role in African Gospel National. They've been very cooperative. Even though this year you are not here, they are always with us. Yes, and we have to pay for them and for their contribution for the nation and Canada. So let's start for National Commission for Success. We also have Professor Mahmoud Abdullahi Mahmoud, and this case is for him for his immense contribution in Africa. We have Freedom Giant Kapato. Kapato rates have given us since. We've been doing the work this currently, we will give it to him later. We have Freedom Giant David Hello, currently in America. We have Madam Precious Appeal. Yes. He is just wonderful, so precious. Yes, and you know, there's a gentleman standing right now by me. You know, he's very, very, very phenomenal, and I want to appreciate him. He's an architect for the global phenomenon. Name of we have Ras Pomba also. Yes, please. And we also now call on Honorable Concentrian Appointee, also for his phenomenal that does for that. Yes, now we call also on Professor Mahmoud his own self. Before his name, please. Yes, in this time we also do a few presentations. Yes, and this presentation is going to Joe Lazarus. Yes, we also have lawyer Ken Pratchett, who apologized for his absence for today's meeting. And we also have one for one of our elders, even though he's passed away. We strongly know that he's with us. That's why we are doing this. So we call on Chief Dr. Sabon's wife as we present this to the and our own ambassador as well. I know he was our own ambassador, Christopher Etienne. Yes, so that ends everything for now. The other people are currently, and we also have Francis Ando, Echo Ando. Yes, so that ends everything for now. It's another, and we now call on our pastor. So these are the very so now everyone who has helped is now a film legend. Now a film legend. Yes, so we can call them film legend, an apprentice film legend. The names. Yes, so I'm also waiting for the day that I'll also be given together. I'm also looking for an umbrella to happen. So before we end, I will now call, as we begin our closing prayer, we call on Honorable Apprentice to give some closing remarks. Then we call on Ambassador to give some closing remarks. Then we call on our pastor from Judge Richard to end the closing prayer. So come up with me, we give you the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Jonas. On behalf of African Voices International, we'd like to thank you all for coming. It's a great honor for education. Therefore, we would like to, for the sake of time, we would like to just generalize the text so that we don't have to mention everyone's name, but we are most grateful for all of you coming. So we thank you that you have all made this One African Freedom Rally a success. And then to our most cherished guests, invited guests who came and everyone present here, we'd like to say a very big thank you to all for coming and also making it a success. We say thank you. God richly bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Closing remarks, and also on Ambassador is trying to give him closing remarks, then we have our closing prayer.
So, Mr.
I just have to say thanks so much for your time, because time is very precious for everybody. And next year, we want you to make all your friends. We want you to send this message across African Voices International. So, bring your presence here. Thank you.
So now end, and we call Freedom Chant Richard to end with the closing prayer. Please will take pictures after post the program. So please will take the pictures. Before that, also we have a company that sponsored this program in terms of something. That is Sun City Ashton Company. They are a group of 2 ashes to help in our program free of charge. Sun City Ashton will help on our platforms for the most work where they did. So all those that the gentleman you saw in white and black was from Sun City Ashton Agency, who did a very good job. We are much humbled for your enormous work. Thank you. Good job, Mr. Richard. Thank you, Pastor, as we have the closing prayer.
Hallelujah. Praise God. Yes, that's for Jesus. Say, I am blessed, highly favored, and deeply loved. Hallelujah. We are grateful for all that the Lord has done. You know, all that has been said and done. But the extent of your vision is one. Is the bundle of your blessing. The extent of your vision is the bundle of your blessings. So, in you, there is success and victory in you. And you will be big in your life. So we are going to take the world. The world is waiting for you. Hallelujah. And the world is waiting for you. You have to rise. rise up and take dominion and take territory. Hallelujah. We can afford to be to belittle ourselves. Praise God. I'm going to bend down your heart and let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you. We began with you and we are ending with you. We thank you for the wisdom in that. Father, we pray at this moment. We have said a lot, but the Bible says that the horse is prepared for the day of battle, but safety belongs to you, victory belongs to you. Father, we pray all that we have said, take the lead in the name of Jesus Christ. Give us direction, give us new ideas, give us the ability to take Africa to the next level. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Father, let our voice be echoed. We pray and give you all the time. Father, as we are departing from here, we are saying under your feet. Say that to our various sources. When we get there, nothing happening. We give you all the praise. We thank you for safety in Jesus' name. Let all the saints say amen.
So please we take our pictures, then we leave. Ambassador Lusweti from Kenya, who is a lecturer at Moi University, Ambassador Samopane from Uganda, and Ambassador Saruma, who also send their regards to us on this meeting together with everyone. Ambassador Penela was inaugurated as a master today, and she was expecting to come, but that's KK, that's why she couldn't come. But she's also extended her blessings on our meeting. So if we have our pictures, then we end. Thank you. So photography, I think you direct us to everything.